you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause it's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Power, wages, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bound, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me, don't ask what, I'm rising, you craving it, gotta see, you getting it, just cut free. This night, will forever remain in your memory card. In your life, you're my good thing, your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Power, wages, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bound, wanna be it, wanna feel it. This night, will forever remain in your memory card. In your life, you're my good thing, your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Power, wages, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bound, wanna be it, wanna feel it.
There's no jungler up for Frank Esports. Kongwei's trying to take this. Here come the teleports. These 280 carry champions are back on the rift. It's Frank trying to defend. They can't let this dragon go down. The stun. Down will go Char. No, but the flash falls from Lilvi. Lilvi's going to find the kill off the Pretender. He's looking for Wako. What can Wako do? Nothing. He's the Ziggs. And Lilvi's going crazy. It's going to be West Point in a desperate attempt to turn the game. They're going to get the Elder.
什么情况？
那这局只是让凯威加一剑，在第一场比赛的 match 放出来，似乎有一些沟通状况的情况下，这时间
一剑 Q3 R 闪进去，全部烧掉。
两个往前小站长那边紧紧控制，暴风斩展开，但并没有将人给击杀。
有居民收割，
居民赶了回来，要来反手收团战，
反手吃巴龙，
并进来中了。草丛里有视野，这边向前的冷酷晋级，射下了人头，回头接巴龙 ，FAK 我逆转，你的逆转。
这巴龙哦，这巴龙吃的 哇，这什么？刚这什么？为什么大家全部喷了一大堆血？什么东西？
哎呦，这就是这个巴龙新形态巴龙的威力吗？
太猛了吧！因为自己家打野在上半部的关系，这里下半部就变成 FAK 展开进攻，上半部单杀了 Bio Panther， 这里直接出大事，是等级上优势，只是他一开始血量就比较低。好，这边有 Q3的时候还过去皮，这个真的是至少。因为其实对面拿着 Q3，你等多1-2秒，这就没 Q3了，你就很安全。这是自己膨胀了，招直接接嘛了，nice， 有喽。
那另外一个后面一剑也有 TP， 宣发选择走过来，但没想到被针对了，控制利用立场一剑躲掉了绷带的牵引，直接走到正面的位置，被4个人给开交的闪现拉开距离，后面军本仔进场，队友是没有跟上，不过来了一个雅典搭上了凯威的双重开战，又是一个 one ball combo， 军本仔是控制了，这是军本仔控制了4个人，但还是被 D 给控制住。走在草里面的 Fighter 是被闪现进去的军本仔给绑住，被击杀右边位置。虽然军本仔倒下，但一剑选择站出来，跟着挖口来做收割，收掉了 Fim。
But he ends up being able to do so. Kaiwing's in there. He does use that solar flare, and down comes that red carpet as Haley's stuck in the pit. He can't even contribute. This is the guy that picked up 2 of your early kills. Jimmy's on the black. There's a massive, massive ultimate potential. They do get the first kill to a team blitz, but 5 people all locked up. And it is a massive team fight. This Aurora champ needs nurse desperately as Frank get the ace. Only Gemini goes down, and it's a quadra for Wako.
He does do okay on Biopanther, actually looks pretty intimidating in this fight, but this is all happening while Aurora is not even there, and I believe that is a 5-man Aurora ultimate.
Yep.
Every member of Team Bliss trapped in there. Violet eventually chased down. Nice snipe by Wako. Nowhere for Violet to go to.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China has passenger Michael Chen. Your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5+皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
no jungler up for Frank Esports. Kongwei's trying to take this. Here come the teleports. These 280 carry champions are back on the rift. It's Frank trying to defend. They can't let this dragon go down. The stun. Down will go Char. No, but the flash one from Lilvi. Lilvi's going to find the kill off the Pretender. He's looking for Wako. What can Wako do? Nothing. He's the Ziggs. And Lilvi's going crazy. It's going to be West Point in a desperate attempt to turn the game. They're going to get the Elder.
什么情况？
那这局只是让凯威加一剑，在第一场比赛的 match 放出来，似乎有一些沟通状况的情况下，这是
一剑 Q3 R 闪进去，全部烧掉。
两个往前小战场那边继续控制，暴风的展开，但并没有将人给击杀。
有局面收割，
局面赶了回来，要来反手收团战，
反手吃巴龙，
并进来中了。草丛里有视野，这边向前的冷酷晋级，射下了人头，回头接巴龙 ，FAK 我逆转，你的逆转。
这巴龙哦，这巴龙吃的，哇，这什么？刚这什么？为什么大家全部喷了一大堆血？什么东西？
哎呦，这就是这个巴龙新形态巴龙的威力吗？
太猛了吧！因为自己家打野在上半部的关系，这里下半部就变成 FAK 展开进攻，杀拉布单杀了 BioPanther， 这里直接出大事，是，而且他是有等级上优势，只是他一开始血量就比较低。好，这边有 Q3 的时候还过去皮，这个真的是自找的。因为其实对面拿着 Q3，你等多1-2秒，这就没 Q3 了，你就很安全。这是自己膨胀了，招直接接嘛了，nice， 有喽。
那另外一个后面一剑也有 TP， 宣发学的走过来，但没想到被针对了。控制利用立场，一剑躲掉了绷带的牵引，直接走到正面的位置，被4个人给开交的闪现拉开距离。后面军本仔进场，队友是没有跟上，不过来了一个压力，搭上了凯威的双重开战，又是一个 one ball combo。军本仔是控制了，这是军本仔控制了4个人，但还是被 D 给控制住。走在草里面的 Fighter 是被闪现进去，军本仔给绑住，被击杀右边位置。虽然军本仔倒下，但一剑选择站出来，跟着挖口来做收割，收掉了 Finn。
But he ends up being able to do so. Kaiwing's in there. He does use that solar flare, and down comes that red carpet as Haley's stuck in the pit. He can't even contribute. This is the guy that picked up 2 of your early kills. Jimmy's on the black. There's a massive ultimate potential. They do get the first kill through Team Blitz, but 5 people all locked up. And it is a massive team fight. This Aurora champ needs nerfs desperately as Frank get the ace. Only Gemini goes down, and it's a quadra for Wako.
He does do okay on BioPanther. Actually looks pretty intimidating in this fight, but this is all happening while Aurora is not even there, and I believe that is a 5-man Aurora ultimate.
Yep.
Every member of Team Bliss trapped in there. Violet eventually chased down. Nice snipe by Wako. Nowhere for Violet to go to.
Can't see the sky. Never thought I'd say this. No one knows why. We don't have the answers. There are shadows in the darkness. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is alright. There's something in the air tonight. take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. It's my decree. It's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battlefield of pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. It's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battlefield of pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody. It fills me with joy to welcome you now to the second stage of our summer playoffs and to welcome at long last DCG into our active team lineup. Of course, all the action tonight will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, Changhua Telecom, who if you sign up with them in the next few months, you will be able to get 12 months of Hami Video free of charge along with that subscription. And of course, the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who have housed our international teams, the LCO, as well as the LJL, who are staying and enjoying 688 rooms, saunas, spas, Michelin guest house, the shebang, the whole shebang. And of course, China Airlines, who have got all of our teams into Taipei, the LJL and LCO inclusive, and Obviously, great service on board the aircrafts, which you can find all the tickets you need on the China Airlines website. And last but not least, it is TTL Brand Noodles who continue to sponsor us. They're a great support here to the PCS, and we cannot thank them enough. So do check them out if you do see any of their products at a convenience store or at a supermarket. And I will once again be your host, Vestian. And alongside me, it is once again Lo.
Yes, it is. And honestly, I am so excited I could cry. Do you know why? Because DCG are back. We get to see them again. The meta has not changed, so Cruscado will still be able to abuse his ADC mid laners that honestly he didn't need the meta to allow him to do that anyway, but now he's got a favorable meta, and I think DFM are actually in trouble.
Yep, I do too. Ultimately, DCG, they came in second in the regular season here at the PCS. They looked fantastic, the only team to take a series win over PSG Talon, and they are looking really strong. They've been given 2 weeks now to just cook.
Yeah.
And out of every single team, the team you would be most worried for in that sort of scenario is the team directly going up against them in the first series, and that is going to be, of course, the LJL representatives in DFM. They had a very easy road, ultimately, to get from the first stage of the playoffs to the second stage, taking on our PCS weakest team, the West Point, as well as Team Bliss, who are the second seed from the LCO.
Yeah, and
so
they certainly
challenged.
They certainly made it look easy as well. No faults in the DFM play at all, especially Arya and Udapon looking absolutely ridiculous in the mid and ADC roles. But I still think I'd have to give it to DCG. As you said, it was a pretty easy road here for DFM relative. You know, none of these teams are pushovers. We are in playoffs, but relative to the way some of the other teams had to scrap to get here, I think DFM had a maybe easier way here, and they have their work cut out for them. They're almost taking a bullet for everyone else in the tournament, just having to see how DCG are going to show up to this thing. What have they cooked up?
Yeah, you give them a couple days. You give them a couple days and they've worked out an entirely different meta to work around. Give them 2 weeks and I have no idea what to expect. I have absolutely no idea. Now, you can obviously expect AD carries in the mid lane, simply because Cruscado has been so dominant on them. But the jungle position, you know, what champs is 665 going to pull out? Absolutely no idea. Has Taco cooked up something? Because he's already shown that randomly he'll pull out a Nasus top against Twisted Fate. The Mordekaiser he's pulled out even when not against the Skarner. So you really have to look out for what Taco's going to pick, what the jungle role is going to be, and what AD carry ultimately it is that Cruscado's going to go for in that mid lane, especially if it is against something traditional like the Lucian, like the Corki.
Yeah, and it won't be the first time, despite being in different regions, that these two teams are going up against each other. We did have this matchup in the previous round of playoffs for the spring split. One change in the roster for DFM in the ADC role, just at this point we can strictly say an upgrade over Tide is Feng. And I actually think the last time around, it was probably DFM favored, and they really tunneled on a Smolder in the bot lane. Udapon putting their strongest player, similar to what we were saying about Ground Zero, where one of your strongest players is on a champion without much agency. Speaking of champions with agency, you've got Ashe and Aurora at 100% pick ban, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I can't call myself particularly surprised by that. Israel quite high up there, but not the highest win rate. I think you can attribute some of that to generally the weaker team, the team you expect to be losing the series, picking up that Israel.
When you
sometimes
don't know what
these
to pick,
can be misleading.
Yeah, when you don't know what to pick, just lock the Ez.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Yeah, it is just safe. It doesn't really struggle in any lanes, and has oftentimes been matched up against the Ashe, alongside Jhin, of course, but the Ashe has been very dominant. It didn't win every single game by any means, but it has looked just very insurmountable a lot of the time. And talking about insurmountable, I mean, the Aurora, I think that is going to have to be something I'm interested in this series, because out of the two teams, if I trust in any team to have something picked up that does well into the Aurora, it's going to be DCG. Cruscado is very creative with his pick bans, and DCG play around that pretty willingly. Oftentimes, you mean, talking about the Smolder last series, last split, right, that was the champion in the meta. That was the Aurora. It was the champion you pick, and you're like 90% sure you're going to win the game. DCG left it open 5 games straight and won the series anyway. So I think the Aurora, I don't expect it to be open, but if it is open, I expect it to be while DCG are on red side and looking to counterpick it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think I haven't seen much of Arya, but I imagine he will just be a very good Aurora.
Damn weird that the highest win rate champ in the first stage of the playoffs was the Maokai. Seemingly not needing to pick these ridiculous AP junglers, you can just go for something that does absolutely everything.
Yeah, I mean, Maokai has just looked good every time we've seen it, and is maybe a lesson for some of these teams that don't traditionally play a carry jungler, that you don't have to. You can make your own playstyle work. And
yeah, I think ultimately the Maokai just looks the best. The only game it did lose was Lalva in Game 3 for J-Team. And admittedly, he probably had the worst game of Maokai he's had in his career. It wasn't, you know, generally you expect him to be doing a lot. Wasn't able to get much done in that game. But in general, this Maokai champion seems completely bonkers.
Yeah.
And I hope teams are just willing to, oh, we don't have to pick Brand. We don't have to pick Zyra. We can just lock a Maokai, give some AP elsewhere, be it top, be it mid, and we're completely fine.
Yeah, mid laners often quite good at playing AP champions. Not until this very recent patch where they've been forced onto these ADCs. Last couple patches, actually.
Yeah,
Leona having quite a low win rate is quite surprising to me. I rated Leona very highly in the double AP jungle matchups, but also Zyra struggling, which has been a very high priority jungler, both here and internationally. I think the Tristana, unsurprising to see that at 1 win and 5 losses. It has not looked like there's really any reason to pick this champion into the Corki. Corki just does everything Tristana does better, it feels like.
Yeah, to me, honestly, the most surprising thing here, for me at least, is the Sejuani win rate. And I think a lot of that can be put down to, you know, a lot of times we have the Sejuani, it has been picked against the Maokai, and the Maokai is succeeding a lot more.
Yeah.
But generally, I think the Leona, while yes, it is very strong into those AP junglers, it's often just being picked into that Maokai. And you're not getting even half the amount of value as the Leona into the Maokai. Also, there's been a lot of griefing from people playing the Leona, doing things like Zenith blading into an Alistar right next to his tower, and kinds of stuff like that, where it's very, what's the word? Just not very great gameplay in general.
Yeah, and we've just seen the LCO team's improvements. Just a quick shout out to them. They've gone from a 20% win rate in the previous playoffs, in the spring playoffs, to now 8 wins, 11 losses this time around. They didn't put the percentage there, but it sounds like a lot more than 20% to me.
Yep. And definitely do not do the math in public.
Yeah, I will not be attempting the mathematics, but there is a DFM on your screen. Wraith, Barky, Steel, Arya, Yutapon, Harp. I guess the standout player to me so far is Yutapon, but that's probably because I'm biased.
Yeah, no, that is a ridiculous take. It's definitely Arya.
Yeah.
Arya just, 3 out of the 4 games, single-handedly putting the entire game on his back. Yutapon having one Jhin game, fair enough, but I think in general it has been Arya and Steel. With so much action being done early, they're getting a lot done across the map, and ultimately, even in that Jhin game, got Yutapon to the position he needed to be. I think when you're looking at this team, you're looking at that mid-jungle, which, you know, it makes for a very exciting series because you'll see them on your screen very shortly, but DCG do the exact same thing. They spend a lot of time around mid with 665 and Chris Carter playing together. They also send Orca around mid these days, where he isn't on these majors that he was last split, and a lot of their focus point is getting Chris Carter ahead, getting Chris Carter to a point of the game where he can carry while having, you know, you have Feng down bot lane, doesn't require a lot of resources, and will show up to those late game team fights, being an absolute menacing AD carry. So I think stylistically these teams do match up very well, but at least for me personally, I've seen DCG all split long. I've seen the improvements come through from them. They already beat DFM last split. They've only gotten better, and I would be betting on these guys personally.
Yeah, and here's DCG, Taco, 665, Cascada, Feng, and Orca. Feng, I like the point that you made. He is super willing to just pick something like an Ashe or a Kalista, which is a very strong laner, but actually quite low econ champs that aren't necessarily the champs you're looking at to do the bulk of your damage in the late game, so that his team, he can have a strong lane so that his teammates can focus on getting mid lane ahead. This team, DCG, in the regular season, went ahead, have a 100% win rate. That doesn't matter if they're against PSG, CFO, or Frank. They've won every single game this split when they're ahead at 15 minutes. On the other side, DFM win about 95% of the time when they're ahead. So the early game is going to be extremely crucial, and I think red side is going to be a little more valuable than usual here if you can get a favorable mid matchup, especially if one of these teams is going to default to the Corki early, like we see a lot of teams do. You can pick some pretty egregious ADCs. I'm mostly looking at Cascada to do this. Take things like the Draven and Kalista into it, and just win the early game and win the game.
I don't think we're going to see that. We didn't see Arya really favoring those AD carries so much, and we don't really honestly, the only AD carry we probably haven't seen Chris Carter on is that Corki.
Yeah,
so I don't
strangely.
really expect there to be much priority over the Corki this series. I think mid lane counterpick, as you touched on, going to be very important. If Arya goes for the Corki, I would be expecting Smolder coming out of Chris Carter. It has been played a lot internationally, and it kind of just goes completely even in lane with the Corki and scales a lot harder, does a lot more in those team fights. And we've already seen Chris Carter. Chris Carter used to pick Smolder against Xerath and Karma. He is not going to be scared about picking Smolder into a Corki. He's already shown he can, and so I do expect that if that were to come through, which I don't necessarily predict, we would see Chris Carter pretty candidly take a counter pick in that Smolder, or as you said, something more aggressive.
Yeah, here is the previous series. This was an absolutely bizarre series to reflect on. We were reflecting on it earlier today, and DFM straight up picked Smolder, admittedly at Smolder's very peak. They picked him 5 games in a row, and it was, can we make it to 25 minutes without giving up Soul?
Yeah.
3 times in this series. If we can, we'll win, because that was the state of Smolder at the time.
And all you really have to do is see that DCG wanted them to do that. They wanted the Smolder to come out, because what do? They picked Rumble support first game, Nico support second game, Karma support third game, Karma support fourth game, and then in the last game they went Heimerdinger support. And they were just punishing the Smolders early game, getting ahead in that bot lane, making sure Udapon was not able to get to that 225 stacks. And that is why I brought up the Aurora earlier, is because they are quite happy to give over the quote-unquote strongest champion in the game in any given patch, so long as they feel that they have secured a way to counterpick it.
I'm assuming CK on your screen right now is champions killed?
Yeah.
If so, DCG are killing, on average, 10 champions before 14 minutes in a given game, which is the first in our league. Very bloody team, very scrappy team. And it's mostly due to the man on your screen right now, 665. He's a fighter. He does not care if he has the fastest wave clear or a farming jungler in the game. He will still just level 3 or level 2 make a gank bot on Zyra, for better or worse.
Yeah, and I think no surprises, but ultimately a lot of that stat is skewed because of the aggression we see from DCG. Often they do absolutely stomp the teams that are worse than them, and sometimes it leads to some very, very sticky situations against the teams they are better than. Now, into that draft phase, Nidalee ban against 665. If you're a DCG fan, you should be very, very happy about that, because that has looked like 665 far and beyond worst champion. Diana banned against him, though. He has been very, very successful on that champion. On the other side of things, some more safe and precautionary bans in that center, in that Ivern. Now, do we see an Amumu ban coming through third here, round out those AP junglers that we see 665 pick?
Yeah, wow, okay. DFM been doing their research. Diana and Amumu definitely make a lot of sense to me. I agree with you that the Nidalee ban doesn't make a lot of sense against 665, but might just be a playstyle thing that DFM are going for, as we'll see what they first pick. Ashe and Aurora both available.
Well, now we get to see if what I said's true, as Aurora has been picked. It looks like Taco. He's probably the third or second most proficient Rumble in our scene. I mean, you'd argue between him and Arja, but Driver certainly being in that top dog spot. 665, though, he's going to be very happy. There's already AP. You've banned 3 AP junglers, so he's going to be able to pick this AD jungler in the Vi.
Yeah, and that feels very good. This is a return to the Vi for 665 that he has looked very good on. They have just ignored the Ashe, though, so this is a terrifying draft so far coming out from DFM. These are 2 first-pick worthy champions already locked in for them.
Yeah, 2 of the highest win rate, if I don't believe, first and second.
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually it was Maokai that was first, but, you know, these 2 closely behind.
I mean, Maokai could come in right now if they wanted it.
Yeah, they certainly could, and I actually think it would be a good idea for DFM. Get that jungler through. You're not really, too worried about having that double AP, because you can just go the tank stats on that Maokai. Yes, it'll force out Merc Treads, but they are kind of being forced in many ways anyway. You're going to have an engaged support. You have the Ashe.
Yeah, and imagine having to team fight against Maokai Aurora. We'll see what DFM... They go for the Sejuani instead.
Interesting. So, more CC, so even more importance on those Merc Treads, making the boot purchase very easy here for both Taco as well as 665, at least for what we see so far. Israel for Fing, he's looked very good on this champion. It's safe against the Ashe, it's safe against the Aurora as well as the Sejuani, so it makes a lot of sense to be picking this one up.
Yeah, and we've seen Chris Carter have amazing games on the Ezreal, but the reason we're thinking it's probably Feng with the Ezreal, because we're expecting something a little more spicy in the mid lane to take down this Aurora. The difficulty with the Aurora champion is that it can just so easily go top, and has an easy time in just about every matchup I've seen her go top.
It could. But ultimately, actually, thinking about it, this Ezreal might just go mid because it is a complete shutdown to that Aurora ult, at least in the 1v1.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the few champs that can just ignore the fact there's an Aurora ult, just jump on out of that and kind of make it look a bit silly. But again, I do expect it to be Feng, and I expect that DCG have probably figured out something a little more spicy.
Yeah, Renata taken away, very strong pairing with the Ashe. So we get that, and then Renekton makes sense as well from DCG. Really strong blind pick. Actually, just strong into the Rumble, sorry. This is going to be Rumble top unless Orca's...
Yeah, let's hold back on the predictions of lanes, actually. Come to think about it.
Yeah.
DCG.
Yasuo and LB ban. LB not been the best champ for Cascada.
No, but the Yasuo he did well on, just it was paired with a Diana, so not really expecting it.
Yeah, it might just be... Yeah, it is just the Braum locked in now for DCG. Feels like you can blind pick this champ in this meta and get plenty of value out of it.
It's very good against Sejuani and Cassante as well. Champs that want to go forward into you. This Rom champ does well in those situations, so gonna like it there. It also, you know, Ashe being a mobile AD carry, it means you put down that Glacial Fissure and it becomes a lot harder for her to pilot these team fights. And Seraphine going to be locked in here for that support role for Harp, so something certainly a little different, and absolutely is a counter to the Braum, making Braum's lane a lot weaker.
Yep. Now
the current hover is the Smolder, and it will be locked in. Okay, so it will be the Ezreal AD carry and the Smolder most likely mid, although, hold your horses.
They're surely going
I
to
actually
swap.
like this. I like this better. I genuinely like this better. This Rumble will have genuine kill pressure over the Aurora. The Aurora, while yes, it has a movement speed buff, ultimately does not actually do that much damage necessarily in that isolated 1v1, whereas the Rumble certainly will. And Smolder against the Cassante, I mean, I've played this a bunch of times in solo queue. It is so cookie cutter to be the Smolder. There's no threat ever onto you unless you are egregiously misplaying.
Right, and when you look at these two teams and you look specifically at the top lane, these two are just, in Taco and Rayfarki, weak side warriors. They get so little attention in their lanes from either team, really. Both of them sitting at about 9% first blood rate, and getting first blood at about half of that time. So they're just completely ignored by both teams up there. That is a dream for Smolder, who is vulnerable to ganks in the top lane. And actually a little bit vulnerable in the 1v1 to the Cassante once he gets his Iceborne Gauntlet, if he can do so safely. But otherwise, it's just going to be free scaling for Taco.
Yeah, and one thing to note about the top lane Smolder, more so than the bot lane Smolder, is you kind of just don't need your W ever, because your W just costs so much mana, and all you're ever going to get out of it is one stack. Whereas in the bot lane, you can use it for 2 stacks. Oftentimes, you actually need it to farm because you get zoned off. You're never going to get zoned off by this Cassante. So you just sit there, throwing out Qs, never running out of mana. You're going to be able to get to that first item, whatever you choose it to be.
Triforce usually for the top Smolder that I've seen.
I actually saw, I believe it was in the LPL, where they went Muramana, Liandry's, and Spirit Shogun. So I'm not willing to predict what this item build's going to be, because honestly, Wako went for the Triforce as well in that AD carry position, whereas usually we see the Essence Reaver.
Yeah, difficult to tell what is best on this Smolder champion. Liandry's, I've heard negative things about Liandry's on the Smolder, but it looks like a pretty good Liandry's game.
Yeah, just in general, right? Just so much health coming through those 2 top sides.
Yeah.
But you're probably not really worried about that too much as a Smolder. You're going to do a lot of % health damage anyway.
Nice. And I was wondering if Cascada would take Ignite in this lane. I'm glad he has.
Yep. Yeah, he doesn't care about teleport. Even when he's not on something like this.
Did they see Orca? I don't think they've definitely seen him now.
Oh, Orca.
DFM might still have trouble getting out of here.
No. Maybe some rust. Oh, that's going to be the snare coming through onto 2. Feng trying to do damage to Harp. It's the electric harpoon landing. Narya's going to find some damage on the Cascada as well. Now, Harp, he's going to be low heading into this lane, but same can be said for Orca.
Yeah, and the HP pool probably more relevant on this Braum, just because he's going to be eating so much more poke in the spot lane, so not a horrible start for either side as, a lot of poke landing.
Yeah, that's made bot lane a little worse for DFM, but they still do have Seraphine Ashe. They should be completely fine in this lane.
Yeah, but this is probably their very strongest relative to the power of the Ezreal Braum in this level 1, just by both being double range, and at this rate, they might not even get priority in this lane. At least on the first few waves.
Yeah, seemingly that way at the moment, as DCG hit level 2. Land Winter's Bite there onto Udapon, but not really any threat. If Feng were to lose his mind and E4'd, he'd probably just get chased down this lane and dies.
Yeah, and I did say this Braum champion is borderline first pickable or blind pickable in this meta, but the reason you generally don't is because he is very heavily punished by ranged bottom lanes, double ranged bottom lanes, and there's probably no better champ to pair with a ranged support than the Ashe if you're looking for an early game advantage.
Yeah, you also have to consider the synergy between Seraphine and Ashe as well. Seraphine, how her slow/root works is if someone is slowed, it will be a root.
Oh, I didn't even think about that, yeah.
And so if Ashe lands a volley and Harp's able to follow up, then it will just be a snare, whereas instead, usually it would just be a slow. So there is synergy between these two in that bottom side.
Yeah, and that can just blow a cleanse with basic abilities from the side of DFM if they connect at the right time onto Feng, and then playing against Ashe Seraphine without the cleanse is going to be torture for Feng. So Orca blocks the volley there.
Yeah, the good thing about Braum in these kinds of lanes is very telegraphed when to use your shield to block poke, because you're not going to use it to block a full engage, as Ari going to be looked at here, and Electric Harpoon landing with the Ignite here on Rumble. You're going to know exactly where this champ is, and there's the flash gone. I think this is a repeat gank in the very near future, and 665 is a jungler we know very, very good at capitalizing on missing summoner spells. So weakness here for Aria, at least early on in this best of 5.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Steel is just running after this Vi rather than taking top crab. They're actually rotating mid and jungle down here. If 665 tries to make a play, he will be in trouble if he's not quick about it.
Yeah, he's going to spot out Steel and use that Vault Breaker to get away, but it was Orca and Feng losing a substantial amount of their health there to a negative trade up against DFM. They do manage to pop that heal out of Harp, but still I think DFM's bot lane going to be pretty happy about how that went.
Yeah, I think this is very intelligent from Steel, just hanging around mid lane. They cannot take a fight in this 2v2 with their mid laners flash down and the Ignite advantage that Cascada has.
Cascada, though, just going aggressive here. Is 665 going to be able to duel out the Sejuani? A pretty even trade as Aftershock is going to be popped there. Cascada going to be able to shield the majority of that Q damage coming through here. Aria has to be careful.
Yeah, Inv is so strong. 665 really wanting to flash onto Aria. So Steel gives up a crab just to make sure his mid lane, bot lane are safe there, and is the kind of play you need to be making on the Sejuani.
I think you're pretty happy there as DCG to be able to pick up both those crabs, ultimately punishing the Sejuani for just having to keep her lane safe, really, as Feng. Oh no, he's going to cancel his recall, but they do have Steel here, and they're looking somewhat for a dive as Taco's handily winning out this top lane. I'd love to see his stacks, but it is not on his, thing yet. Yeah, Feng getting looked at. He will have Flash and Cleanse. Orca trying to do something to deny this dive coming through, but Harp tanking up the tower to start with. Udapon's going to go down. Anyone else? The Aftershock does proc, but it's not going to actually hit any damage there onto Orca, so able to get away from the tower is Steel, as Orca playing aggressive, misses the Winter Bite, and Harp's going to be able to walk on out.
Yeah, and you kind of wish Harp just tanked the tower till he died, because maybe anyone dying but Udapon would feel better. It was a well-played shield from Orca on the Braum here, blocking the snare, making life a lot more difficult. Feng actually commits his flash there, and so does Orca. Kind of both wasting their flashes.
I am very surprised that Aftershock damage proc didn't actually get the tower damage onto Steel there. Otherwise, we might have had ourselves a double kill going over to Orca.
Yeah, unfortunate. All around, really. And I think you're going to be missing this flash if your Feng did hold on to his cleanse.
Yeah, it could be missing. I mean, it is Ezreal.
Yeah, if there's a champ you want to be without flash on, it's probably the Ezreal. So
at this stage, not too much threat, right? The cleanse will get rid of the Ashe ult, and hopefully you should be able to E over a Seraphine ult, or it can just be blocked by Braum.
DCG do get to pick up these Void Grubs, and there will be no cross map onto this dragon, so it's going to be a very early level 6 for 665, who just got to keep farming while Steel was ganking. As Ray Farkey's making his way here.
Yeah, still going to be able to get here to contest something. Harp looks like he ate a little bit of the equalizer, but ultimately will be able to get on out of there, and Orca blocks up a whole heap of that damage. Now Taco coming down, going to be able to have some damage onto Steel, trying to block that Arctic Assault, won't be able to do so, but Flap, he gets himself over that wall, and now Steel trying to run away. That is the Permafrost coming through, and now it's Taco that has to be very careful. Mum comes on through, and here comes absolutely everything They're all out from Ray Fark. He should be able to pick himself up a kill onto 665. Absolutely does do so. Cascada arriving, but he's overheated. He's got nothing to do. There's going to be a triple kill. 3 kills going over to DFM as Orca runs for his life. Won't be hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but a massive team fight win for Detonation. Focus me, sorry.
What a massive turnaround from Arya and Ray Farky. They see their jungler being chased, bullied away by the Smolder. Taco doesn't quite connect with his ultimate to finish off the Sejuani. As Steel was just trying to pick up this last Void Grub that you just get here. I think if you're the Sejuani, you show up. There's a Smolder in the enemy top lane. You should just get these Void Grubs. Nice stun to proc Steel's Aftershock there, and then the save from Ray Farky. The follow-up from Arya instantly deletes Taco. 665 quickly taken down after him. Cascada not able to get anything done in this fight either. What a disaster.
Yeah, late to the fight, already used Equalizer on that mid lane, and so really nothing that Cascada could contribute to that. So it is DFM with a fairly substantial early game lead here as they are up 1.5k gold. 4 kills to 1 is the score. Now, 2 grubs were picked up by DCG, so it's not all for naught, but not the position you want to find yourself in. Now, admittedly, at the same time, 60 stacks now on the Smolder at 8 minutes, and it's only going to get exponentially faster.
Yeah, does just excessively gain stacks once he has a couple of wolves on his queue, the Smolder, but that is also exactly how you want a game to play out if you're one of these tanks into a ranged top laner. You get abused under your tower all early game, but the idea is you're more useful later in the game, and we saw it there in that fight. Taco not even able to finish a 30% Sejuani on his own. Steel getting a little harassed by Orca there, loses his passive, but can defend his bot side, which is all up right now. And 665 is going to need to find a way to get his team back into the game. We saw them play a lot of Rumble buy in the past.
Yeah, generally was Taco, however, on the Rumble.
Yeah, this time Cascada's turn, but the idea is still exactly the same. It's going to be an Ezreal ult or Rumble ulti on whoever you target with this buy. And I'm thinking it's probably Arya, because this DFM comp kind of runs out of steam. Having an Ashe as your main source of damage, once Arya goes down, is kind of terrifying.
Yeah, DFM starting up this Dragon will be uncontested with 65 being up on that top side, so early Dragon stacking now in favor of DFM. Won't be a Hextech Soul, unfortunately, for them, but still always good to get that nonetheless. It won't be an Infernal Soul either.
Yeah. Arya's still doing fine in these trades with the Rumble. We're not...
Yeah, 20 CS up.
Yeah, we're not really understanding the counter pick yet. At least I'm not. As 665 and Cascada do want to go use their ultis.
Oh yeah, Equalizer available here. Now comes all the ultimates. Nice flash away from Cascada as he's auto-attacking down Utapon. But Utapon's going to win that one out. One more auto-attack would do it. There it is, the stun. And it's going to be a double kill there for Feng. So a nice turnaround on the bot side for DCG as Ray Farky all out top. Not even going to get the flash out of Taco. And so even more pressure alleviated from the Smolder. Not that there was a whole lot to begin with.
Yep, feels really good for Taco to get the ulti out of the Cassante, who can now never kill him. But as far as this bot lane play goes, Harp and Utapon recognizing how strong they are, but not respecting this roam coming out, maybe thinking their teammates get here in time. Utapon almost gets away here, but 665 just reaches him with that auto. Otherwise, it might have been a 1-for-1. Little bit of a bounce back for DCG now. Though Cascada did lose both his sums in that play, and he has not a whole lot of counterplay to this Aurora ulti now for the next 5 minutes.
Looks like a lane swap. I'm not really sure what the purpose is. I feel like keeping the...
I think Grubs, yeah.
Yeah, but... Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred probably just to give them and have my Smolder free stacking, but...
Yeah, especially when Brom's gone bot lane anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of set yourself up with a worse lane for the Smolder, who is going Triforce. Steel is here.
Admittedly, the Ezreal is stronger than the Smolder right now, so keeping that 2v2 down bot, and actually now it's just a 1v0 as DCG do manage to pick up, once again, 2 of those Void Grubs, meaning they get 4. They're going to get that 1 singular Void Might spawn, and that's going to be it for the Void Grubs.
Yeah, and seeing
in 2.5 minutes, though.
And seeing the lane assignment shenanigans, DFM have just put their bot lane mid, usually just a good move. When you're not sure how to arrange your lanes.
No one top here for the side of DCG, so recall coming through from Feng means there's going to be an entire minion wave just being lost.
Oh, wow, commits his TP top. The CS is important on the Smolder. Rayfar, he actually didn't get that plate, I don't think.
I don't hate it. You're not going to have that much impact team fight teleporting into a fight as Smolder. So
Yeah.
just keeping more and more uptime is arguably going to be more important.
Yeah, you are essentially just giving this next dragon. Arya did commit his TP to the bot lane, but he can just hang out there for the next 2 minutes and show up to this dragon. Ray Farkey can TP from top to bot if he needs to, but it's probably going to just be DCG giving up this dragon if they can get some damage on this top tower.
One thing that's worth mentioning, of course, is in the upcoming patch, there is going to be new emotes for each region and the teams within the region. DCG, why I bring it up, they actually selected a Smolder emote, Smolder in a cage.
Yeah.
So certainly if you are a fan of DCG, if you're a fan of Smolder, pick that one up in the in-game shop.
Yeah, maybe
I have my favorite. I have my favorite within those, but I will not mention it.
Okay, I'll need to have a look at them. Probably be able to guess. They've always loved the Smolder, DCG, pretty much since it came out.
Yeah.
And we're the only team just not playing it conventionally in the ADC role.
Yeah, everyone playing an AD carry, Cascada picking it into poke mages mid.
Ooh, Feng. Gotta be a little careful. Oh, Novus.
There we are. It's a
Feng
tower plate.
is being
He's just
ridiculously greedy in the mid lane, just tanking tower shots and autoing towers.
Yeah, just sidestepping Ashe ults. We'll get away with it though, as now it's because of the health loss, he's going to have to just withdraw from any form of mid lane pressure.
Yeah, that would have been a great arrow to land for Yutapon just to get the cleanse off of this Ezreal. So much CC on his team that would appreciate being able to throw things like the Sejuani ult and the Seraphine ult at this Ezreal.
Let's see what items come through here. Not quite the Leandries, I think, is the most important thing, but the Triforce is now online for Feng.
Yeah, Malignance now for Cascada's counterpart in the mid lane. So you have to imagine this next fight just goes to DFM. Taco recalling though, so he might run his way down to the dragon. As DFM are starting a very late Rift Herald.
Yeah, Triforce finished for Taco. This might be a really good time for DCG to fight, although Cascada gets caught out. That's a Glacial Prison. There's absolutely everything stunned up. Gets the Equalizer off, though, and Harp just tanking it up. Orca's going to be completely fine with eating up everything to do with that Seraphine ult, as Aria's going to use his ult. Orca does put up that Brawn Wall as Feng, trying to do the damage that he needs to do. 6-5 comes through. Mum does as well, but it's sidestepped away from. Here comes that cease and desist. Is it going to be enough to DCG? They're losing this team fight quite handedly, but Taco and Feng are still alive, and there's very, very low health bars. Yutapon gets hit by that Mystic Shock. Forward does go Feng, but he's not able to find the follow-up on that Mystic Shot through to Yutapon. Still very low health bars here. Taco with Flash, Feng with both summoners available to himself. Can these two carries of DCG make a play? It's going to be very hard as Feng, he loses Arcane Shift there. And here comes Taco from the side. He's going to be very, very wary that Enchanted Crystal Arrow could turn this on its head, and DCG could find themselves losing even more as Orca does respawn. He does now get to this play. It is the Rift Hero picked up by DFM, but DCG, they should have first track onto that dragon.
Yeah, and also just the mid tower. I'm surprised DFM go for this, but in this replay, Cascada's just caught with his flash up here. Gets headshot by the Sejuani ulti, and this ulti from Seraphine is incredible, and the ulti from Aurora is great to turn a fight, but when you're ahead in a fight, it just usually means a couple of extra kills as they get 665's flash and the kill on Orca for the Aurora ulti.
Well, back to live, and Ray Farkey's gone aggressive in that mid lane. He has survived just barely, but Taco not able to find the kill. The healing coming through there from Harp, going to keep Ray Farkey barely alive, and Feng no mana, staying along in this midway, but Yutapon, Cascada getting looked at here by Aria, who's going to try and turn it around once he is able to take down that tower. He turns it. There goes Golden for Aria here on this Aurora, but the Electric Harpoon connects, and 665 claims himself a shutdown.
Yeah, Aria does his best to defend the tower there, but that tower is lost, and so is Aria as a result of their greed in going for the Rift Herald. And sacrificing so much tempo. They'll have to get something out of this Rift Herald, as I thought they would lose mid, but they end up losing top lane along with their mid laner. Well played with their tempo, DCG. Rift Herald now dropped, and we'll see if DFM can get something done now. Should be the mid tower just gone immediately.
Yeah, the mid tower's going to go down. This dragon is still up and available. Taco teleporting in from behind, and in comes that cease and desist. Even comes everything, but it's going to be 65 who goes down first as Harp does teleport away. Actually, the Vault Breaker, and it's going to be 65 surviving, but Taco gets all out of there, does have to flash away, and Aurora. Aria on that Aurora picks up one. Ray Farkey will pick up a second there on this Cassante, and it's a 5v3. The top and jungle from DCG have gone down. Feng, Orca, And Cascada with it all to do.
Yeah, this time it's DCG trying to defend the tower they have no business defending, and they lose it along with a couple of their members and the dragon now. As Cascada's going to make his way up to the top lane, pick up some CS for himself, and I cannot believe Seraphine survived that combo, but well played by Harp to just survive this triple ult that comes onto him. Gets all of his spells off and actually charms the Ezreal, who could have easily followed up. 665 looks like he's going to escape this fight as well. I wasn't paying attention to who gets him. Of course, it's Aurora, who, if Arya has his ulti here as well, it's a bunch of flashes and kills in the mid lane too. The power of Aurora.
Very perplexing, actually, that DCG looked for that fight. Because look at Taco, look at his stacks, 193. He's so close to becoming online. And
yeah, as well as they've just made a play in the top lane.
Yeah.
Right, you know, they were kind of trading tempo, but neither team respecting the others.
So it is 2 dragons now for DFM to 0 DCG, and they are up now 2k gold.
Yeah, 5-1 Arya on the Aurora. As predicted, he is very good on this champion. Assuming he hasn't played into Rumble all that much either, and kind of just destroying this lane after having to blow his flash early game too. Very impressive from Arya. Continues to have a great playoff.
Yeah, so far so good for DFM, although game certainly far from done. Item spike coming online very shortly for Feng, and could be another option then for the side of DCG to look for a fight, because it should coincide roughly from when that fully evolved Smolder does finally land. But in saying that, I mean, Aurora has looked so infallible. It's 5-1-3 now for Arya. We've already seen him carry one game on this champ, as he's looking now pretty handedly to being able to get himself a second.
Yeah, and if the plan was to just throw by Rumble ultis at this Aurora, he's just gone for a Zhonya second. Very intelligent from Arya. I think he just becomes not a viable target for this Vi now. The wave clear still very good on this champion. Cascada just has to sit under his tower and sack all priority here. His teammates cannot keep a hold of this jungle very well either.
Yeah, not much on the map really. 30 seconds until the spawn of this ban. We don't really expect either team to be hitting that straight off the rip, especially for the side of DCG. Feng being looked at, Smite does land, and he's going to flash away, but the Glacial Prison does land on him, and he's not going to be able to get out. Charmed up, but Orca comes through, and Orca stops anything from happening as Harp. Arya actually being looked at, and 665 is able to take him out. It's now a 4v5 this time in favor of DCG as Taco's coming through. He's so close to those Smolder stacks. Keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen, as Orca will be going down. It's a 4v4 now, but very low health bars for Steel and for Ray Farkey. Means that both teams are going to decide to walk separate directions. And again, DCG, they're pulling the trigger. They managed to find one kill, but Taco is so close to fully evolving.
Yeah, massive win. You can forgive DCG for fighting with this pre-evolve, with the Smolder one wave from evolving, just because it was an aggression coming out of DFM that provoked it. And Feng played that. I mean, it didn't look like he played it out of his mind because he was just CC'd the whole time, but he buffers the Sejuani stun, gets hit by Sejuani ulti and the Seraphine ulti, doesn't use his cleanse or his flash at all in that fight. So nerves of steel from Feng.
Yeah, and now he's rewarded. Has that Mirror Mana completed. He is looking very, very strong now on this Ezreal. But talking about strong, I mean, it has to somewhat be mentioned that Taco is online. It isn't the Smolder of old. It's not last split Smolder, but it is certainly a champion. You've seen how low so many people are getting in the middle of these team fights. If that Smolder is online, if that execute can come through, it can be devastating. And more so than that, the percentage health burn. They're already struggling to take down the Sejuani, to take down the Cassante. Finally now, at long last, Taco's going to be able to help.
Yep. And speaking of this, as Harp is taking
he's going to take a lot of damage, but he gets out of that True Shot barrage, but 65 once again looking aggressive here. This time onto Ray Farkey. Mum comes through, and that's a flash away from Utapon. Stunned back, though. Taco's going to get stunned up. There's no one to follow up. Winter's Bite not going to get that stun as Steel is going to have those happy feet. He is going to get away, but still DFM, they're getting aggressed on. Here comes 665, talking about the aggression. It's the king of said aggression as Taco finds himself a double kill. He's still going aggressive. He's taking tower shots, and they're taking the team fight win. Arya, though, he does arrive, the flash forward, but Taco gets out. Taco with the flash preemptively is able to dodge out of that Aurora ultimate, and DCG keep thriving.
Do they have the HP to do this Baron, though? They seem to think so. They're starting it up. Taco's going to TP back in here. It's really only Orca with much of a health bar to tank this. And I think DFM are just not even going to contest it with Arya's flash and ulti down.
If they saw how low these members of DCG were, they might just change their mind. This dragon is alive. DCG are going to have to recall so many low health bars, but only 3 members alive of the side of DFM. They don't know about the health bars, are going to choose to recall as well.
Yeah, and this was initially aggression again from DFM, but this time their Aurora, look at the TP, it is so far away by the dragon. Arya not able to contribute to this fight at all. Look at these HP bars. Feng had a monster fight, constantly eing forward, able to use both of these sums once he does get his spikes because of how well he played that previous fight in the mid lane, holding on to flash and cleanse.
We never touched on it before the game, but DCG, traditionally, last split and even early sometimes in this split, 665 has looked absolute best when he's on either, well, I guess out of 3 champs, it tends to be the Vi, the Lee Sin, and the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it in these team fights. He's finding the right target time and time again, but talking about the right target, Arya, he's going to be able to find Taco locked up in this cage, but Taco survives at least the length of the duration, but he does go down. It's going to be Ray Faki picking up that kill, as through will come the ultimate from the Seraphine. Nice cleanse from Feng, gets him out of there, as 65 going to wisely not go aggressive here onto this play. Now Taco's down, Orca is down. It's a 3v5, trying to defend this mid lane in a tower. There is an equalizer available. The Baron minions will be able to come through in the near future. Equalizer put down, going to clear out this minion wave. Not any damage, however, on the members of DFM, as they now will be able to turn their attention towards this third dragon, towards the soul point, and it's the Cloud Soul they are fighting for.
Yeah, and when DFM group has 5 like this, the Seraphine just looks so powerful. The Rumble not able to get here as 665 maybe going for a steal.
I don't think so. He's going to be looked at here, and I mean, Harper's just drawing so much attention, and just continuously living. It's
constantly.
Crazy how well Harper's being able to pilot this Seraphine. As DCG, though, they're going to take the tempo switch to be able to pick up this mid lane inner for themselves, as the Baron, of course, is going to help with that. Feng going to be able to take a tower shot after damaging Ray Faki, as he is positioned very, very aggressively. Does have all out available to himself, but no flash.
Yeah, this is a very strong Cassante. Ray Faki not afraid. As it was honestly Steel and Ray Farkey in that last fight with the help of the Aurora ulti. It helps these melee champions get on top of these carries on the side of DCG. Nowhere to run. You just got a Sedrani and a Cassante auto-attacking you, essentially. That is how they managed to take down these members of DCG, Taco specifically. Will be towers cleaned up now by DCG with this Baron.
And importantly, I never really realized this until just now, but Baron power play not all that impactful, but it does mean they are now actually in the lead in terms of that gold, as they're looking again for another tower, as DFM sort of caught their pants around their ankles, as this will be going down.
Yeah, and somehow 665 is a higher level than this 4-1 Cassante. The Baron does help and gives you a lot of XP, but you still wouldn't expect that. I think Ray Farkey just neglecting farm this game to group with his team. Have been caught out a lot by DCG, so he's decided to just stay with his team most of this game and punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, this whole game has just been someone getting caught, right, from both teams. DFM having Harp get caught, or not even necessarily caught, but have 6-5 sort of pull the trigger onto Harp, means that Ray Farkey has to be there, or it's Steel finding something onto Feng on the opposite side, and it's just happening so often. As Steel going to use it once again, that Glacial Prism, but this time connects onto Orca, despite the aggression from Feng, despite that Arcane Shift. He's going to be able to dodge out of that Sejuani ult, and now it's a missing cooldown.
Yeah, not all that much for DCG to really do on the map, but try put on a full press on all these lanes. They've got Taco rotating to bot to catch a massive wave, which he will appreciate for his stats. Approaching 300 now at 270.
Yeah, importantly, those barely matter. You barely feel the difference between getting stacks after 225. Not like you used to anyway, where the execute threshold used to just increase and increase. Now the execute stays the same. You get a little bit of max health burn damage, but not all that impactful.
So Arya will be impactful once he finishes this Rabadon.
Yes, so close.
Afforded to just goes for a very high damage build. Engage, maybe.
Yeah, 65 looking. It's a really nice glacial fissure, but it's also very nice ultimate from Arya, but he's just absolutely popped. Completely one-shot was that Aurora as this aggression once again from DCG. Ray Farkey, he's going to get executed one way or the other. It's just when will it happen? Actually, maybe able to get away. 65 trying to find the stun. We'll be able to find it. That Q coming through from Taco does all but confirm the kill. Down comes Mom Harp, going to have to flash away. 5 members of DCG do remain standing. Now, what can they find for their trouble? There's no standing neutrals, only the towers to look at, and instead they're going to look towards this jungle, take away as much gold on the map as they can.
Yeah, they're going to get 665 even further ahead. He's looking like a monster on the Vi this game. We haven't really got to see him on it. All split used to be a staple. So the engage here onto Arya, he just doesn't push Zhonya's, I believe. It's the knock-up from the Braum ulti into a chain CC onto Arya. Fighting Rumble, Braum, Ezreal in these chokes is a lesson that DFM have now very thoroughly learned. Ray Farkey does a good job to really almost escape here with the healing coming out from the Seraphine. But eventually Taco does pick him up.
The other side of DCG, the coaching staff, Hana tied as well. They're just all very happy. I'm sure I would be too if I was in their camp. As a PCS fan, I am.
Yeah, and honestly, the problem I'm seeing with these team fights for DFM is Arya can land a 5-man ulti if he wants to, but he's kind of the only person doing damage and really capitalizing on these ults. A lot of these fights are starting and Ray Farkey's not even there. Steel's already used his ulti somewhere else.
I think it has to be said, right, while the Braum, very difficult to lane against the Seraphine, is doing so much in these fights.
Yeah.
Because the Arya will come through, land onto 3, 4, 5 members. Braum just stands in front of everyone on the side of DFM, puts up that shield, and then no longer can they do any damage to Cascada, Taco, or Feng. And on the other side, I mean, every bit of splash damage coming through from Feng, the AoE from Cascada, the ultimate from Feng. There's so much AoE that's coming through as opposed to the other side as Orca getting looked at, but he doesn't care. He's just a Braum. Feng going aggressive now as the Glacial Prison will go wide. 65, who's he going to choose to ult? It's so important who he finds. Can he CC chain Arya? There goes the Zhonya's from Arya. Now it is the ultimate used from 65. No cease and assist, but the execute coming through from Taco. Arya trying to get aggressive. He gets one kill, and he's dipping and diving, trying to get out. He will find a double. This Aurora champion's getting out of hand, but talking out of hand, look at Taco. Look at Cascada. They're trying to do everything on the other side. The execute's truly online. But talking about execute, that's Cascada going down. As DFM, they have 4 very low health members and 1 Smolder with it all to do as they're looking towards this dragon, and with that would be the soul.
I don't think Taco's going to be able to do a damn thing about this, and he agrees with me. Just hitting a recall on the Smolder. What a monster fight from Arya. He was absolutely feeling it at this fight. It's initially the Vi ulti that comes out of him. Every spell is missing from DFM, even that Ash arrow onto a Braum who's already ulted. But Arya immediately Zhonya's. This is why I said he's not a valid target. Lands a 4-man ulti here, jumps through his ulti behind them, cancels out his ulti to stealth away and kite all the members of DCG. Taco looks silly just trying to flash onto him. And does so much to disrupt that fight on the Aurora.
And Harp. Harp really hit an MVP in there, able to land that ultimate onto 665, who was channeling that Vault Breaker to try and stun up Arya as soon as he comes out of that Zhonya's. But the CC comes through, stops 65 from doing that. At the end there, landing the snare onto Cascada to make sure there was nobody that could stand in the way of the Smolder if Taco wanted to play aggressively. And with that, able to take that teamfight win, able to pick up that Dragon Soul. And now DFM, while they're behind 1k in gold, they feel like they should just be in the lead.
Yeah, I think just with the Soul should probably do it. I haven't seen an Aurora with Cloud Soul, but she seems like she'd use it quite well to me. Harp eats a little chunk there. Yeah,
a little bit too late on that shield, so we'll just be feeling that damage well and truly.
Yeah, can just heal himself up on the Seraphine.
Oh, look at 6-5. He's looking for something. Taco able to find the splash damage, but is it going to be enough? It's not really landing. There's a little bit. Orca going aggressively, and Feng going even more aggressively as the stun does land there onto Steel. The concussive blows. Oh, 65. Oh my god, he's being looked at. He's got the flash. He's got the flash. Equalizer's fantastic, though, coming out of Cascada here. As Udapon trying to kite. What can come through, though? Taco, at least with the ultimate. Udapon getting low. Feng flashing forward. He's lost his damn mind. He's in the middle of of 5 members, and it's a double kill for Unipon. Now Taco, the only remaining damage that can come through, as Orca, not sure what that flash was, but that flash was not it, and now Taco once again finds himself in a position where it's him against the world. Can the Smolder wave clear keep the side of DCG alive in this game number 1 for long enough, or will DFM get game number 1 at Steel with the aggression, and when DFM with game number 1?
I think that's just game. DFM go from ahead early game, somehow behind, to immediately ending the game after winning 2 fights here off the back of Aria having an insane game on this Aurora. So far, Aurora not solved.
Yeah, certainly, if you ask me if I felt that DCG had solved this Aurora champion, I would say no. I think it's another look at the drawing board here, fellas, because Aria put on a clinic. There were times there where 665 and Orca were able to chain CC, yes, but as soon as that was not possible, as soon as the Zhonya came through, doomed.
But if I know one thing about DCG, it's that they have not showed up today with just one plan dealing with this Aurora. They will have other things up their sleeve, whether that is just a cut your losses, ban the champ, or they have some other ridiculous picks coming out for Cascada.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
One thing to note is that last time, the last playoff series these two teams have, it was actually DCG losing game number 1 in that series as well. And the problem was the Smolder. This time, it was the problem is the Aurora. But, you know, if history were to repeat itself, the Aurora will remain open and DCG will just chuck something else at it. So we'll see what they look to do in game number 2. But Aria, I mean, fantastic performance. Steel tanking up so much of that damage. Very quiet one from Unipon, missing near on every single Ashe ult in general. I don't think it was a particularly stellar performance from him. But I think it was mid lane there was just kind of the breaking point. Cascada, really invisible for the most part on that Rumble, not finding anything at all. Whereas it was just Aria running those team fights completely.
Yeah, a lot of the time he would combo up with his Vi, even when they did the Vi Rumble combo onto the Seraphine, who doesn't have his Zhonyas like Aria does. Harp would just often have his flash up or be able to buffer his Seraphine ulti to then gate some follow-up. And yeah, it took a while to get there, but DFM eventually outplay more team fights than DCG do. Yep. Maybe hit him with a bit of a champion diff, as you saw in that last team fight. 665 goes for an engage into the middle of all of DFM. Aria just finds a 4-man ulti on the rest of his team who are trying to follow up. Feng looks silly because he doesn't remember that he's the only one who can get over this ulti and ends up in the middle of 5 people as well. Game's over immediately.
Yeah, it was a perplexing aggression there out of Feng, but he was playing very aggressive the whole time.
Yeah.
I think in general, he was doing very well. I think he was finding the damage he needed to do.
Yeah.
It was really just a noticeable lack of mid laner, right? This Rumble really didn't work out. I think if you ask me who I think's to get a Rumble out of Taco and Cascada after that game, I'm going to say Taco every single time. And I think we cooked a little bit too much in that draft phase. I like it. I like the fact that we are trying new things and DCG are the team to do it, but obviously not working on that one. I think you could keep cooking, but I do really think Aurora needs to be just banned. I don't see any real weaknesses to the champ. Yes, you can catch it out. You can do that to any champ without risking getting 4-man ulted and losing a team fight immediately. Yeah, there was one fight where Aria was caught off guard by the Braum knockup in a choke and just got bounced by the Vi and the Braum to his death without being able to push his Zhonyas. But other than that, Aria was just quick with his fingers, Zhonyas every Vi ult. I'm surprised 665 was still throwing them at him actually, but just forcing out the Zhonyas, right? And then he just becomes a bit of a sitting duck in theory. But on that note, Harp as well. Harp was nice game. Very, very, very proficient on that Seraphine, making it look extremely strong, and now it's going to force kind of the side of DCG to not just blindly pick up the Braum. I think in team fights, the Braum was completely fine, actually doing a lot there for DCG, but the lane is just too difficult, and Orca, honestly, I prefer him on other champs where he actually has the ability to make the plays for his team. Yeah, and help out his mid laner. He was missed in that game, I think, with Vi Rumble, such a strong early game combo, but weren't quite strong enough to just force through on these champions on the side of DFM. As this was Harp saving this team fight completely. Yeah, this the ulti from the Seraphine, really nice Zhonyas from Aria. 665 starts to channel his Vault Breaker, immediately broke. Immediately gets interrupted, and then it looked like Aria was suiciding, but I forgot he can actually just cancel his own ulti on this champion, kite these guys out, and get constant resets. This is a reset champion as well, lest we forget.
as Cascada actually picked up there by Harp as well.
Yeah.
Little sleeper MVP maybe for this Seraphine.
I actually think it would be probably valid to give Harp the MVP there. He was the one absorbing so much of this Vi pressure. Every single team fight, he was getting ulted. And, you know, later on, we saw occasionally Arya get ulted, but more often than not, it was Harp, and he was surviving.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, what value he was able to find on the Seraphine after getting ulted, after having his sums blown. Very, very valuable performance. And if you're able to do that on the Seraphine, make it look like an engaged champ, make it sort of start these team fights off in the right direction, then it's going to be a very difficult drafting phase for the side of DCG going ahead.
Yeah, Arya and Steel, 90% KP, 95 for Harp. These were the three players who got DFM their advantages throughout this game. And I think Feng had an amazing game, and I'd like to see less blind pick Grom. Now that you know DFM are willing to pick a ranged support to punish it, let Feng have a laning phase for himself because he is looking hot.
Yeah, you could even argue, right, that you just keep everything the same, ban the Ashe, and maybe things look different in some way or another, where you are able to have some more priority on that bot side. It would open up. I don't know how the mid lane goes, but it was just Cascada very far behind, so you'd imagine probably losing lane bot, but winning lane top, winning lane bottom gives 665 a lot more freedom around the map in general. But we'll see what they do ahead of game number 2, because you know it's never going to be the same. Arya does pick up that MVP.
Yep.
Very valid, obviously playing those team fights immaculately when he wasn't just immediately blown up.
Yeah, and it just seems too easy to get value out of this Aurora champion. I would say they drafted Aurora with straight up 0 follow-up. I guess the Seraphine is pretty good follow-up to the Aurora, but nothing conventional in the form of, you know, Mumu ultis and big AoE
Kennen,
MF ultis. Yeah, Kennen too, but still just managing to, on his own, get value out of the pick.
Yeah, very, very good performance. Something that needs to be looked at. I mean, DCG, they probably will leave it open, knowing them. They will now have side selection. I believe they had side selection for game number 1 anyway and chose red side, so we'll see if they want to change anything up. Maybe look for an Aurora for themselves even.
Yeah. Oh, and this was the final team fight. They've already got the air soul, and watch how Arya just completely splits this fight up for a DCG. Braum would really love to go protect his Vi, help out, land a big ulti. And Rumble would like to be AoEing these champs too, but they're just stuck. Watching Arya go back and forwards make them dizzy.
It does almost get taken out by what looked like a singular Q from Smolder.
Yeah, able to follow up here onto Cascada. Look at the damage once he finishes the Rabadons.
Just this is Q, and it's just Cascada's dead.
And this is why you take Electrocute on the champ. We see a lot of fleet footwork internationally. I think that's just straight up incorrect. Electrocute is just so strong in the late game.
I think it depends on your lane.
Yeah,
if you're against something you need skill shots against, you need to dodge skill shots, and you probably do want the fleet footwork. But, you know, against the Rumble, sure, there's skill shots. They're not really skill shots. You're too worried about being hit. You just hide behind the minions and push the minion wave in constantly, which is what he did. And great game out of DFM. They now lead 1-0 against the PCS second seed. So, you know, this is the team they went up against last split. They started off the same way, but can they end it differently?
Yeah, we'll have to see. And honestly, in hindsight, if you told me Rumble doesn't beat Aurora in lane, I would have said, yeah, of course not. But just because it was Cascada and DCG picking it, you just believe them.
Yeah,
you just trust it. You trust the cook.
I wanted to see more action from 6-5. They blew the flash very early on, and we never went back there. So it sort of feels weird out of DCG, because that's something that you generally would look to them to be the best team at punishing, but weren't able to do so there in game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll see if DCG can fight back.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍。 让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh na di na da da. Oh na di na da. Oh so far but so close. So far. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close.
You drain me. Counted corners on my windows far too long. Will you be gone? Blame the rain. A perfect day to stay inside, safe and sound, on solid ground.
Welcome back, everybody. It's DFM who look hot. Game number 1, they get it done against DCG. A few rusty spots there, I suppose, for DCG. I think their early game uncharacteristically bad, and ultimately a lot of the team fights, we're seeing a lack of impact from Cryscada.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking between the break, and I was on the opinion, I actually didn't hate the draft. I think they drafted themselves a fantastic draft, but kind of didn't play to the win conditions, fighting multiple times just before Smolder's online, as well as just that early game over-aggression into the jungle of DFM. I think if we ran back those exact drafts, played the early game a little bit cleaner, probably looks a lot better for DCG.
Yeah, I agree, and I can't remember if you said it in the post-game or during the break, but that was a really nice trap set up in the draft on red side by DCG, who use red side better than any team we've seen in this region, to set up the Cassante as a lane that's supposed to survive into the Rumble, and instead pick the Smolder into it, but like you said, just not played around at all from the side of DCG, as well as just an uncharacteristically bad game from Cryscada on the Rumble, as a champ we haven't actually seen him play before, but still massive underperformance from him. I think DFM should just repeat their bans.
Yeah. I think that was the one game where I could see the Aurora wasn't the be-all, end-all, right? Yeah. And I think that was largely because the Braum somewhat shut down the rest of his team while the Aurora ult was out.
Yeah, definitely.
But there's the Viban.
Yeah, felt like even if we got a big Aurora ult in, there was still a lot of work for Arya to do on his own in those fights.
And admittedly, he was able to.
Yeah, he managed to.
Yeah, he's a very skilled player, and you know, you give him an inch, he takes a mile. Vi banned instead of the, what was it last game?
Diana.
Diana, that's right. Looking for something much the same. DCG, they are a team that if they believe something works, they will continue to do it. And oh my god, what a treat. We get to see 6-5 finally back on that Lee Sin.
Yeah, probably his best champ historically.
Yeah, I think, I might be willing to say it just is. Just flat out is. You could, I think I'd argue it's between Lee Sin, Vi, and Xin, I would say. As I did say during the game last time, but historically, this is the champ that if he's ever going to 1v9 a game on, it has been the Lee Sin.
Yeah, a champion that the likes of CFO, PSG, Frank, often just banned against him when it was in meta.
Yeah.
Now, this is still a terrifying first rotation from DFM. Ashe and Aurora, both first pick worthy champions.
Are we just going to have a run back but with Lee Sin instead of Vi? Now, it is less lockdown for Arya on this ridiculous champ.
Yeah, heartless.
If you heard the top 5 plays of the week, I do mention it needs addressing and some nerfs immediately.
Does need some attention, more attention from the balance team than it's already received.
Well,
Aurora.
It got hotfix nerfed, and then the nerf got reverted, plus a buff on the back of that nerf. So it actually, from when it was released to now, it's actually stronger. So,
makes you think. Makes you think, as DCG going to go for their second round of bans. More or less the same drafts, with the exchange for Lee Sin over the Vi and Leona over the Seraphine.
Yeah, and I worry because I feel like the Seraphine was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that last game. Obviously, yes, it had the weakness of it would get engaged on if Flash was not up, Harp would oftentimes find himself dead. But also, you know, now that it's a Leona, you don't have to ult the Seraphine anymore. You just ult. Either it be Udapon or Arya straight away.
Yeah.
Look for 6-5 to make some absurd play
and
on the Lee Sin.
And you can't let, with these strategies, you cannot let Arya get off to a 5-0 start with the mistakes that DCG made in the topside jungle early game. Giving over 3 kills meant that Arya was so accelerated into Zhonya's it completely shut down these engages onto him.
Yeah, now keep in mind it might not be the same. This could just be Rumble top for Taco. It is probably his best champ. So you wouldn't be too surprised to see them just do that and then give Cryscada something here on the red side, 5th pick.
Yeah, and I think the Renekton being left open for DCG hints that it will probably just be this Rumble going top into the Renekton. As Braum again. better this game, having seen the enemy support isn't a matchup that's going to punish you. And you'll have a very strong lane in the Ezreal Shen, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Counterpick.
So Orca is exactly the only person in the region that's done this, and now I saw one LCK team try it out as well, but basically the Shen is just straight up a Leona counter.
Yeah,
the Leona tries to go forward, you can block the Q with your W, your Shroud, and you know that stun will not come through. Moreover than that, you know, the Leona goes in, you look for a taunt, either it be just on the Leona or onto the AD carry as well, and the Shen just stands between that AD carry and Leona, not taking any damage and allowing Feng on this, most likely will be Feng anyway, on this Ezreal to just do whatever he wants to do.
Yep, and it's going to be Cassante locked in again. We'll see if they go for the Smolder.
Yeah, I would like to see it. Just this time play around it a little bit more, play around those spikes, those timings, just a little bit more, as well as, you know, you're going to have this Lee Sin, a lot of early game pressure on the Lee Sin, a lot of early game pressure on the Rumble. If it does go into that mid lane, you should probably be able to find some early dragons to not be under threat of that Soul just as early as they were last game. Or maybe.
Cover of the Vex, locked in.
Okay, so LEC actually playing the Vex.
Yeah.
On Sunday, the most recent gone Sunday, it was G2 up against MDK, and the matchup was Ahri into the Vex. This time it's going to be Arya on the Aurora into the Vex. So obviously, yes, there's a couple of dashes on this Aurora champion, but it's not as crucial, and you're probably not going to be able to stack up that passive as much on the Vex as you are against an Ahri.
Yeah, it's gonna just be 4 engages onto the Aurora and the Ashe. It's gonna be 665 and Cruscata trying to get on backline this game. The mid 2v2 still looks relatively even to me. It should probably be DCG winning, but it could go either way. And it's gonna matter more whether the supports can get up here and have an impact.
Well, the thing is, Shen can get up there and have an impact. He just presses R and he's there.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think in that regard, the 2v2 will be a 2v3 and thereby will favor the side of DCG a lot. And I think that's something that DFM are going to have to work out how to play around. It's not the easiest. Obviously, you can look for things before Shen hits level 6 because these supports hit level 6 later than anyone else on the Rift traditionally, as they do spend a lot of time out of their lane away from getting any form of minion XP.
Yeah, and I wonder if Aurora ulti cancels the Vex ulti. If you can fly out of there with the Vex, or if you get bounced off the edge. It's hard to tell with the Vex ulti because it's not otherwise interruptible. You can't like headbutt bolt.
Yeah, I think it will be unstoppable. So it'll be the same as like Malphite ulting in.
Yeah.
It should just go through, I would imagine. And that's another thing to consider. Vex lands an R on you, channel the Shen R on top of the Vex, send in, you then have 2 people arriving at one position at the same time.
Yeah, as well as just 665 always finding himself in some ridiculous flank. He'll have a Shen on top of him while he's doing it this time.
So this time as well, Taco on the Rumble, you can expect a better Rumble performance. He is just a very, very good Rumble player, and he has a free lane for himself. DFM may be doing some scouting and seeing that DCG often go into this bush, but won't be doing so this game.
Yeah, Comet this time
around. It might just be
the
last game, actually, but they had a Braum, which is a lot different than a Shen level 1.
Comet for Arya is interesting. Maybe just a lane matchup thing.
It might be because it's just range, right? The Vex can farm from a very safe range, whereas last game, the Rumble, you're just always going to be able to proc electrocute whenever it's off cooldown. This game, the same luxury will not be afforded to this Aurora.
DFM gonna use the buddy system to check their blue buffs here.
I'm glad we're no longer seeing this AD carry meta every game just really, really forced, because it doesn't feel like it's the be-all, end-all unless you're a really good AP jungler and a really good AD carry mid at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, out of every team, maybe you could argue that DCG were that, but...
Yeah, just shying away from it. I guess when you get the Rumble, it does change your game plan a little bit. You're less incentivized to get AP in the jungle.
Yeah, and again, Taco, very, very good on the Rumble. I like to see them giving him some comfort, giving him something that he can ultimately take over a game pretty well on, as the trade of CC there onto those supports is not necessarily going to favor either one.
Actually, Guardian over Aftershock for Orca.
Yeah, I understand why. You're not really proccing Aftershock that often as a Shen. The Guardian will just get more value, especially against an Ashe.
Cruscata with a lot of priority in the early game. Vex very strong laner, especially in these first 3 levels.
Yeah. Oh my. Cruscata might just be that guy.
Yeah, not quite able to proc his electrocute there, but still feeling pretty good about that trade.
And then we're seeing some of the value from Comet, just using that E for poke. The Comet lands because of the slow.
Steel looks very anxious about Lee Sin appearing in his jungle. Or maybe just recognizing there could be a ward on his Raptors. Goes for the red buff first.
Yeah, the jungle clear coming out of 665 extremely fast. Aggression down in that bot lane, but Orca's just going to once again trade.
Yeah, and that trade definitely favors DCG. I'm surprised that DFM went for the Xin, actually. Feels like that gives the Shen W that little bit much more value.
Yeah, actually a lot of value. Just 4 people that like auto-attacking. As 6-5 does now arrive in the mid lane. He was able to get an early flash last game. Will do the exact same here in this one. And now Arya, I mean, I would say more so than last game, but that's just a lie because there was a Vi last game. But he is going to have to be scared of Lee Sin level 6 as he will be getting it even faster now that he was able to get in here with his support and take away those Raptors.
Yeah, it might actually be scarier this time around because Cascada has such reliable CC on the Vex. If his flash is up, Steel cannot go for this grab.
Yeah, it's so close to him being able to smite it away, but he probably just goes down if he does commit to it. Now 65 picks up the top side crab. Now he's looking for the bottom side crab. As have to see which of these bot lanes have priority. You'd favor the Shin right now, at least in those isolated sort of 2v2s between jungle and support because of how much this Shroud can deny.
Yeah, Steel not looking super willing to give it up. But
Dear. It's a clinic. He's up. Look at the difference in jungle.
CS at 4 minutes, yeah.
That's actually a really ridiculous amount.
Yeah, as well as burning enemy mid laner's flash. So far, 665 dominating the jungle. Steel with counter pick and being able to see 4 of the enemy champions this game. Not able to get off the ground with the Xin yet. Top matchup going about how you'd expect.
Yeah, I think Ray Farkey actually maybe even doing better than you'd expect, so credit to him. Not an easy lane, this Rumble versus Cassante matchup.
Yeah, and it seems our top lane Rumble players are split between this Comet and First Strike.
Well, it was First Strike.
Cassante.
It was First Strike against Ornn.
Right.
It's always been Comet for some reason into the Cassante. I'm not entirely sure why.
Yeah, internationally that's not the case. Hard getting really aggro.
Very aggro, but again, you're seeing the value here out of the Shen, just able to deny so much, but now not able to as it is on cooldown, and Udapon getting very aggressive. But yeah, the Conqueror stacked the flash, but this Ignite came down after the cleanse and the pop. First blood there for the support for Harp, but now it's Orca. He's got that Shroud, and yeah, this is just a winning 1v1. Orca, double kill on the Shen.
Yeah, and I can't tell who the wave is really favoring. Both waves look pretty big, but I can tell you who I wouldn't want to be right now.
Okay, level 6 here for Ray Farkey. There is a little bit of outplay potential, but
not a
I
whole lot.
lied.
Yeah, just on 1 HP bar. Ray Farkey needed to find a recall a bit earlier somewhere, and it's actually DFM aggressing initially
Look at the
here.
value.
Yeah, you just get nothing every time you engage on the Leona. They do manage to turn it around onto Feng, who, I mean, I'm surprised this goes as well as it does. This is a fully stanked Conqueror on this Ezreal.
Great Ignite timing.
Yeah, and he chases with his W there. That's actually what picks up the kill onto Feng, and Orca's able to just pick up both kills now. Shen is so good in these fights.
Yeah, and with the double kill, that's a lot of XP. He's going to be even closer to getting that stand united. We'll see what happens top. Oh, was it a double kill? I didn't even see Steel go down.
Yeah, he
does.
It was. Oh, wow. What a start for DCG. Winning all over the map then.
Oh, and talking about winning all over the map, Harp just found Lacken here at this Raptor camp. Yeah, the Sonic Wave is not going to miss. Orca, he's on a killing spree now.
3-0 on the Shen. Had his flash.
Oh, Udapon now. This is a massive stacked wave and 2 people coming down. No ultimate, importantly. That Dragon's Rage kick was used to kill Harp, so Udapon should be safe.
Yeah, I think Feng being level 5, not having his ultimate, and same for 665 using his ultimate earlier, means a full HP Ashe is a bit of a tall order. Here goes 665.
Oh no, 665, he's going to get caught out. Udapon, he's able to dodge out of everything, and now 665 completely, absolutely outplayed. Oh my goodness, the Essence Flux does connect there from Feng, but it's just a fantastic outplay from Udapon, able to pick himself up at least 1 kill there as another Essence Flux does connect. Arya's coming down though. Arya will be here in a matter of seconds. There is the True Shot Barrage available for Feng if they do try and look for something aggressive, and they might just have to. Orca, here's a shutdown, a 200 gold shutdown. Arya's invisible. Feng is going to have to go aggressively. Orca's going to go down, absolutely no matter what. True Shot Barrage coming through, but the Charter Crusader does as well. And this bot lane of DFM playing flawlessly, able to turn around 2 kills for themselves.
Yeah, and turn around the game. Essentially, Steel being chased out by Cryscata
Oh
now,
my
though.
god, the fights continue as Steel's going to get taken out on the top side.
Yeah, and you're seeing why DCG have this ridiculous stat of 10 kills on average at 15 minutes. Because they constantly fight. 665 got himself a little CS lead in the jungle and has just been fist fighting ever since, for better or worse.
And now, importantly, Yutapon getting himself some gold there. He's actually going to be ahead of Feng because, you know, while more kills have happened for the side of DCG bot lane, it's all on Orca.
This Q completely whiffing. I mean, even if he lands the Q, this doesn't look all that great, but no ulti, no Q landing means, despite Feng being actually very accurate on the Ezreal this fight, they're not able to get anything out of this dive and actually end up griefing 2 kills.
Yeah, just staying a little bit too long. Importantly, Feng goes down, I believe it was to Harp.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels good, at least, if you're a DCG, better than the Ashe getting it.
Oh my god, it's time for a fight. Red buff being looked at. 665, Dragon's Rage kick lands onto 2. But it is the red buff picked up there by Steel. Flash away now from 665. It's an important summoner spell on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, just kind of trying to put pressure on Steel all game, has 665, and it's been working. Steel 0, 2, and 0. Punish there, loses his flash.
Yeah. Ultimate available, though, for the Xin Zhao, whereas 65 cannot say the same. He also lost his flash. And now, because of that, DFM walking into this bot side jungle of DCG.
Yeah, and maybe even more impactful is this Shen is level 5 and the Leona is level 6. In these dragon fights, you take Leona anyway, but...
Xenoblade lands, but again, getting value out of the Shen pick. Is 665 going to be looked at? Should have access to the safeguard, certainly does, and that is going to be a solar flare going completely wide.
Yeah, a little slow on the solar flare there was Harp. As we're trading in the mid lane aggressively, as you kind of have to when your teammates are fighting in the river. So now you've allowed Cryscata to move if you're Arya.
And ultimate is available here for Cryscata. Shadow Surge.
Meanwhile, Taco having a pretty good time up here. It is a very high value magic resist game for Cassante.
It is. An incredibly high value, in fact, but
yeah,
there is still 80 damage for sure.
Yeah, Cryscata can interrupt these engages anyway on the back.
He certainly does, and that's a massive trade back, as that's going to be the taunt landing. That's everything absolutely landing there onto Steel, and he's taken out as a trade, though. Here comes the ultimate from Arya, but he gets hit by Cryscata. Cryscata able to find that ultimate, and in goes 665, and out he comes with that safeguard, and it's DCG coming up trumps.
Yeah, and they've done it this entire early game through bullying Steel on the Xin Zhao. He just cannot handle 665 on the Lee Sin.
But how insane is it to land Vexalt there?
Yeah, on the right target, right? And you see 665 lands his Q here, and he's just patient. He knows his mid laner hits these, waits for it, go in together, and then, I mean, the...
hits it onto Arya. Oh!
Yeah, the ulti from Arya not having much impact in this fight. Fight is more or less over by the time he casts it. Harp
back to live, and Harp has absolutely sent it. It's Cryscata. 3-0 and 2 now on the Vex.
Yeah,
we've praised him all split about his 80 carries. And now we finally get to see him increase that champion's played number. It's his favorite stat.
Yeah, and Harp was already very chunked out by Cryscata. Decides to engage on him under the tower. Not that much damage coming out from the Aurora at this point. Well, not enough to 100-0 a Vex in one stun.
Yeah.
Plenty of damage still. And recognizing his team is maybe lacking a little bit of physical damage, 665 has gone for an Eclipse on the Lee Sin.
Oh my.
Which is my favorite Lee Sin build.
You got a Ludens.
Yeah, on the Vex.
I mean, what else are you going to build on the Vex, to be fair? But
Leandri's just feels wrong on the champion. Malignance doesn't make much sense with a reset ulti. You need a mana item somewhere. I don't hate it.
No, I think it's correct. It's just not an item we've seen in a while. LeBlanc, I guess. We have seen a few.
Yeah, and not an item you love building with such a heavy AP comp, but... what can you do? Cruzcada's still going to have a great game for himself if you look at the mid lane items.
Cruzcada just 1v2ing here, by the way. He's just that strong. Obviously, Taco now does just blast cone himself into the pit, which some would view as risky, but
yeah,
not going to pay the price for it in any
You're
case.
665.
Yeah, no flash available, though. As through comes the taunt. It is a nice taunt, and oh my god, Udapon's absolutely annihilated. It is a trade back of kills, though, as Harp, with that Solar Flare, is going to lock up Orca and get himself his third. Both supports now sitting on 3 kills apiece.
Yeah, and this TP for Ray Farkey finds him against the only 2 champions that deal physical damage.
Cruzcada has flash. He might just have to use it. He doesn't have a fear available to himself. Is going to have to lose out on that flash. And oh my god, Cruzcada's actually going aggressive. This is just a kill. Oh my god. And another. Can we get one more? Through comes DCG. It's Orca with that stand united, but they're not able to follow up on that kill. Not quite paying the price. Is Arya, I think, maybe a little mistimed there by Cruzcada.
Yeah, had to wait for the Shen ulti to be expiring just as he landed on top of Arya, but had Orca had his flash and not just used it bot, that would have been another kill likely.
Oh my god, another kill likely as Harp is now stuck under this tower. Cruzcada's tanking up and trying to get away, but the ultimate coming through here from this Aurora is immense, and Orca goes down, Cruzcada goes down, it's a shutdown, and even a double kill for Steel as he finally gets his name on the board.
Yeah, those are his first 2 kills of the game. Big shutdowns for him, and he needed them. He's got 30 CS down to this Lee Sin on the enemy team, and you saw him just get straight up soloed in a 1v2 by the enemy mid laner. And, oh, I wanted to see the 1v1, but we'll see the dive now. As, yeah, they take Harp down here at least for the side of DCG, but they are not feeling like this is worth it at all. Steel gets over 1,000 gold on the Xin, much needed. As if he can start, you know, building some magic for this for himself, he can be pretty serious a threat in this game.
Do you know what Vix's W is called?
Look at the jungle items. No, I have no idea. What's it called?
Personal space. And I think that's what DFM are going to have to start giving Cruzcada, because every time they try gank him, he has turned it around and killed someone.
Yeah, jungle item finished, by the way, for 665 with 11 still to go. 10 now for a Steel.
Oh yeah, that is a sizable gap, and that's entirely off this early game. The Shen, much stronger than the Leona in the early stages of the game, is just blatantly a counter pick, and you know, with that as well, Lee Sin, just so strong. If you can pair your support up with him constantly, you're going to be able to find a lot, and that's exactly what DCG did. Taco, realizing he's weak-sided, does the Rumble funny thing where he just annihilates a wave.
Yeah, such a good champion for Taco in the wave. DCG use him as Rift Herald drop top lane now.
Oh god, here comes the Shadow Surge, and surging onto Arya they are, but he is able to flash away and keep himself alive.
Yeah.
65 though, he's looking. Sonic Wave, Sonic Wave, Sonic Wave, Sonic Wave connects. And you know he's clicking that every single damn time of the week. That is just, like, what other team do you expect to do that?
Yeah, no doubt in your mind once he lands that Q that he's going for it. TP in the mid lane for Cruzcada.
Yeah, Steel trying to get away. It's a 4v3, and I think I prefer DCG in this instance as Orca comes in with that stand united to make it an even up 4v4. Feng getting so low as Udapon, trying to get away. Feng's landing everything though. Essence Flux will even connect onto Ray Farkey, and he lands every damn ability there is. Feng playing out of his damn mind and will not lose a second game.
Yeah, we said Feng was on form this series, and you see it there. That was a 4v5 for the side of DCG
Orca's solo
that they
killing.
just won.
Orca is just trying to solo kill the jungler. He's getting low now, but is going to be safe enough to run away. But I thought for a second there this Shen was winning.
Yeah, can't catch a break, can't steal, as he has a really good fight, gets so much value out of the Xin ulti. Look how long he's able to tank up the Flame Spitter from the Rumble.
Feng.
Yeah, but Feng one-shots Udapon, insta-cleanses his ulti to get that Q off, and then this Q flash here for Feng was dirty to reposition, land that Q on Ray Farkey. Styling Feng. He was last game too.
Freak of nature is this man at landing skill shots. The damage in that team fight from Cruzcada, though, was completely ridiculous. Kind of got overshadowed by the fact that Feng did not miss a single skill shot, but...
Yeah, just looked cooler.
Yeah, 65 now. I mean, doing so much damage, he's going to take it. Yep, there it goes. He's gone through. Going to get looked at now by everyone, but the Shadow Surge comes through. Cruzcada can come in from anywhere damn near on the map, as Orca going to yoink away that kill with his Ignite.
Yeah, Cruzcada not able to find Harp with the reset on his ultimate, but Feng is running straight at Udapon.
Oh my god, just so decisive, and Udapon nowhere to run. Arya going to use that ult almost seemingly defensively as they are going to be able to take out Orca. But this man is just a Shen, and even are they? This is taking so damn long. And by the time they take out the tower, and now it's going to be DCG looking for the fight. A nice Natofu strike 3 there from Ray Farki. Knocks up 3, makes sure he's able to flash and keep himself alive. But damn, DCG are just running this map.
Yeah, but it's looking like DFM are getting the idea now of what it's like to play against DCG when they get this Lee Sin. The moment 665 showed out of fog, they started their TPs on that mid tower because they know he is just going straight in.
Yeah, pretty clinical, the flash, alt Q. Never really any doubt in your mind that that's all going to connect. It's not like me when I play Lee Sin where I land the alt, miss the Q. 665 a little bit better than I am as vision for DFM up on the top side, but I mean, Chris Carter is so ridiculously strong.
We didn't even notice at the time when Chris Carter TP'd mid, they stayed top to take the tier 3.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, so it's an open inhib top lane now.
Jeez.
This Lee Sin has carried the damage, done more damage than the entire enemy team in the previous fight, only really getting to hit Shen, DFM.
Yeah, if not for Chris Carter, there's a chance that 665's done the most damage in this game as he's going to try and add to it now as Harp face checks into him. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will connect onto him, but yeah, Chris Carter in a lot of trouble. Stand United coming through, the Ignite should took down. Safeguard not enough to keep him alive with that small little shield it does have. Now Feng trying to land everything. Udapon going to find the damage here. He's just auto-attacking away at this Israel, and he's going to have to Arcane Shift over the wall. Absolutely does so. The 3-man stun, though, coming through from that Solar Flare. A 6-5 going to get shut down. It's Steel picking up yet another shutdown in this game, and it's DFM running away with at least this team fight as Harp continuing on forward. It's only Feng and only Orca, and Feng can't do anything with the health he has.
Yeah, nice turnaround from DFM. They pick up a bunch of kills over aggression. Cruscata caught out there, maybe holds onto his flash a little too long. We'll have to rewatch the fight to see where the mistakes happen, as you have to imagine they should just win every fight on the side of DCG. Caught off guard by the Cassante. Nice play from Ray Farki here. And he's using the Cassante really well with the Aurora. You do take damage when you hit the edges of these Aurora ultis. And here it still looked like it should be fine for DCG, but honestly, Udapon just chunks a massive amount of Feng's HP that he has just removed from this fight. Arya still full HP, along with Udapon. Nice fight by Ray Farki, especially. Kind of made that angle for his team by finding a bush to sit in.
Yeah, now it is 2 items, though, available for Chris Carter. He's down 20 CS, but up a lot of kills.
Yeah, just been running around fighting constantly on this Vex.
And very close now as well as Feng to getting his 2-item Power Spike. That Mirror Man nearly truly online as the taunt comes through. And Steel, he may have picked up a shutdown, but he's going to lose half of his HP to a simple Shen taunt as things are looking rough for the side of DFM, but certainly not out of it yet as they are finding their way back in. Teamfights like the last one can find themselves closing this gold lead, catching up to DCG, and we know DCG are prone to making mistakes because they only ever click in one direction, and that is forward. And you're seeing it now from Feng, just running forward, forcing out even the ultimate, the crescent sweep out of Steel, and in Arya's looking, but he actually gets seen.
Yeah, they spotted him out somehow. Will not be caught off guard by that stealth Feng, as they're just on the Baron at 20 minutes.
Yeah, watch Chris Carter. Chris Carter on a flank, Tarka on a flank. It's going to be very hard for the side of DFM to try and walk into these two because it looks like Chris Carter can honestly just one-shot almost anyone he chooses to do so. Is Steel going to find where Tarka is? The Equalizer can absolutely come out from his position. He also has flash to reposition if he so chooses to. Yeah, and now he's coming around the other side. Ray Farki going to be able to mark him, but they don't know where Chris Carter is. Off the Baron now, do the side of DCG get, and Feng going aggressive. Arcane shift forward. Ray Farki loses half his HP, but so does 665 to the Baron. That Q lands, and there's no ultimate for the Zinzao. Oh my god, what a play from 665. Able to dodge out of all that damage, does miss out on that Sonic Wave as Feng going forward. He will have an Arcane shift soon, but might not even need it. Shadow Surge does go wide though, and as does this Twisted Advance. Not even Twisted Advance, sorry. Two-shot barrage. But down does go Steel. Ray Farki being looked at as well by 665, and he does use that damage reduction, but it didn't look like it reduced absolutely anything, as 665 going to be able to completely headshot that Cassante now. No jungler, and DCG don't give a damn. They're starting up on this Baron.
Yeah, 665 is actually behind the members of DFM here.
He doesn't have ult. He is behind them all. He's actually proxying this mid wave. It's going to force probably someone from DFM to have to look at that, and maybe Harp going to try for a steal on the Leona. Certainly won't be able to do so. They're looking back onto 6-5 though, and he's going aggressive. He's trying to find a kill onto Aria. Oh my god, he lays it! He lays it! He lays it! Oh, he got it! The Triumph not going to come through, but he does trade 1-for-1. It's now Orca going aggressively. They're Stan United to get him to the play. As someone teleporting in, it looks like it's going to be Taco. They're not going to be able to find anything more, but it is the Baron picked up for DCG.
Even while his team is fighting, 6-6-5 cannot help himself. While his team isn't fighting, doing the Baron, he cannot help himself but go for a fight. As DFM will get a little tempo and clear some mid waves, but Baron going over for your jungler feels amazing for the side of DCG, especially when he kills off the enemy mid laner on his way out.
Oh my mate, it's so good to have DCG back.
Yeah, isn't it just?
It is so good to have these fellas back.
20 kills in 22 minutes.
And it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah.
It is just the ridiculousness that these games, you want to say divulge, but it doesn't even feel like it's getting that bad, you know? These are just very well executed fights coming from both teams ultimately. But DCG just being further ahead means they're kind of running away with it. As you're looking at Harp now, maybe caught away, actually trying to dodge away from these Mystic shots, but won't be able to do so. This is Feng. He's the American Sniper. He's landed absolutely damn everything. Continues to land everything. Is Ari going to ult? But the flash away, and Feng still landing everything, and he won't miss. Beginning to end. Feng, my God, you're playing out of your mind, son.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you give them Aurora, if you just completely outplay them. Apparently, Feng is just frontlining all game on this Ezreal and making it look like...
Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah.
I
he
have
knows.
never
He knows
seen
how well he's playing.
so many skill shots land consecutively.
Yeah.
It is every single ability he throws out. You just know it's hitting. And it continues to hit. He's now nearing 3 items. Udapon, he's also getting close to there, but these AD carries aren't even close to the amount of impact they're having.
No, not
as the
at all.
ult goes wide, as I say that from Udapon.
Yeah, and maybe it's DCG identifying Udapon not exactly a sniper on this Ashe. We haven't seen impactful Ashe ultimates from him in 2 games in a row now. Usually a strong point for the side of DFM. Not getting much done, especially this game.
Yeah, and it's weird to think that he might not be a sniper, right? Because his Jhin is so clean.
Yeah, accurate.
And that champ is entirely skill shots to have the most impact as
engage.
Xenoblade goes on. But it's onto Orca. Orca's not going to give a damn. Soul Flare does come through onto Feng. But he's able to walk on out. He walks out of that ult. He walks out of the Aurora ult. And he even jumps out of any more follow-up that can possibly come through. It's DCG running away with it as Feng cleans up that final kill onto this Aurora. It's been a talking point for us so far the entire playoffs, but it's been completely shut down in game number 2 by DCG, as with 2 massive minion waves crashing, they will be able to secure the second win for themselves.
Yeah, and that is a statement made by DCG. We are not afraid of Aurora. You can first pick it all you want. We will end the game before your champion is even relevant. As on the back end of that fight, Udapon just went down to 1 Vex rotation.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that on the back end of the fight, but got nailed with a nice ulti from Kriskada.
I'll be honest, full clarity here. I was just eyes on Feng.
Why not? Why would you look at anyone but Feng?
It was so hard to not look at that guy this game because he was playing him out of his goddamn mind.
And he's letting the enemy team know.
Yeah, he's typing. He's typing away. Oh man, I would love to just get replays of that entire game. You know, we have these post-game replays. Just keep it all on Feng because I would love to have a stat of skill shot percentages.
Yeah, true.
Because he wouldn't have missed very many over the course of that game, and there was a lot of fighting.
Yeah, even the fights that didn't go well for them in both of these games, honestly, he's been so accurate on the Ezreal, and it's looking like something you might just have to take away from him. Yep. They're picking it up in these first rotations. They did get a 3rd pick, the Ezreal. Traditionally, quite a good pick into the Ashe. People favoring the Jhin a little bit more these days, but you're seeing why they're going for the Ezreal over the Jhin when your ADC can play like that.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking so much about Feng, right? But Kriskada, he got ganked like 2-3 times and going to kill. I think he got a kill at least in 2 of those gank attempts.
1 on Leona, 1 on the Xin.
Yeah, and then even 6-6-5, I mean, randomly his whole team is doing Baron and he's 1v3 in the mid lane, realizing that he does have access to that Shen ult who does come in, trades the 1-for-1 against this Aurora champion, and honestly, DCG, they struggled a lot against it in game number 1. It was kind of Arya just running around these team fights doing whatever he wanted. His team was struggling to find impact, but he certainly was finding a lot of it. This game,
at all.
Nothing.
No.
Absolutely nothing. He found one really nice ultimate on the bot side to be able to lock down Chris Carter and get that shutdown over to steal his jungler. But aside from that, I mean, yeah, and there was a mid ult out of him that also got steal a double kill. And maybe we're seeing we probably didn't want our Xin getting all the kills, especially with how the game started.
Yeah, with
but
so
you
behind.
compare the impact of that Aurora, who we think is just ridiculously broken, to what Chris Carter was doing on the Vex, and it looks like, wow, now maybe Vex is the best champion that League of Legends has ever seen, because by God, you couldn't gank Chris Carter and do anything with it. You were losing gold by ganking.
Yeah, and was the Vex picked into the Xin? Or was it the other way around? Because this Xin pick...
It was Vex Red 5.
Okay, yeah, that's a great Red 5. I felt a lot better about that than the Smolder. Not necessarily that it's strictly better, just that it fit more into DCG's playstyle.
Go forward.
Of just fight every chance you get. And I think this was a fight that
2, 3,
maybe
4,
ended up going badly for them.
5,
I can't remember.
6.
Oh, this was the outplay by Feng
7,
onto Arya. Gets his ulti off, flashes out
8,
before the ulti even connects. Didn't miss a single skill shot.
He missed
hasn't.
one W, but that was Udapon running out of range.
Yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous fight from Feng, and has the damage numbers to prove it. Doing about double the enemy ADC's damage is always going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, and Taco having a good game, kind of going unnoticed because everything was happening pretty much where Taco wasn't.
Yeah.
He was kind of just sitting there dealing with side lanes a lot of the time, but clearly finding impact for himself, as you can see there on the damage charts.
Yeah, and I think if you are going to prioritize this Ashe going forward on DFM, you've got to get more out of it.
Yep.
Whether it be through the ultis or through stronger laning phases. Game 1, you got enough, I'd say.
Maybe more jungle attention, because a lot of this game, I mean, they found a nice 2v2 down the bot side, but 6-5 was just camping down there.
Yeah.
Whether it be jungle, you know, camping down there, taking away the Raptors, taking down the Krugs, or just literally straight up diving that bot side, it was 6-5 down there the whole time.
Yeah, so how can you get a lead in those situations, you know, with the Ashe? Ashe Leona, not a weak lane at all. Shen is a counter pick that did very well in this game. It looked really frustrating for Hart. Every time he would even try aggress onto the Shen, but Orca can react to Leona Q with Shen E.
Yeah.
Which is insane, but means that you are just too far away while you're stunned. No, with the E. He was doing
right,
it
you
with
mean
the
taunt,
E.
right?
Yeah.
Early game, yeah, before he even had the W.
Yeah, in the interactions where Leona walks up to Q him, he just dashes away, taunts the Leona, and it's actually Leona who ends up out of position. And much deserved MVP for Feng. I think he had a ridiculous game 1 that didn't materialize into a win, unfortunately, but
I mean, everyone on the side of DCG deserves it.
Yeah.
Like Chris Carter out playing 2 ganks. It's like, man, this guy deserves MVP. Feng not missing a single damn skill shot as Israel. Wow, what an MVP performance. 6-6-5.
Just running around the map,
up
killing
15
everyone.
CS after the first clear.
Yeah, there is barely 15 CS in the first clear, so that'll be one to watch if you're the DFM coach. And maybe talk Seal through what the hell he's done in this early game to find himself that far behind. Just on the first clear. And here is Feng just instantly taking Udapon out of this fight. Deserved that kill there, but robbed by Riot Games, unfortunately.
Yeah, it got nerfed.
Yeah, won't be the case. Yeah, that's actually the Ezreal. 10% nerf.
Yeah.
Making a difference on that Ashe kill there. Doesn't make a difference on the Cassante kill here.
Yeah, what a ridiculous flash
This
Q
is
even.
while, I can't remember who it was, someone, I think Taco on the side of DCG, is taking a tier 3 top.
Yeah. This was just classic DCG.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to have them back. Now, obviously this only ties up the series now. It's still DFM, you know, coming back. They're going to have to really address, do we want this Aurora? Because it found a lot of value in the first game. Maybe not as much as you'd expect it to find, but still a lot.
Yeah.
In the second game, 0 value. So, I mean, important questions that need to be answered, and we have about 7-8 minutes for DFM to try and find an answer to them. When we're back, we'll see those answers and more. See you there.
我大到一点，我在看，水晶我会看你，
帮一下我，
水晶我会看你，你就
帮个肉，我会帮你。
我的数据，我
想走啊，走掉了，
就一个追吧，
我们安静一点啊，那个 PS 会掌握我们的语音哦，
直接去中。
OK， 区。
感觉把他宰了。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
It's 2 a.m. and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's a need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you walk, 'cause my heart's like a blade. Constantly karma, now you have to pay. Give me space. Yeah, I need that freedom.
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him
Welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. Just for walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, game number 3 on the horizon, and it's DFM who go down in game number 2. DCG finally turning it around, and what are we going to do? Aurora, it seemed really broken, but not in game 2.
I think the most important thing for DFM going into this third game is just a mental game. After a game like that where you have just straight up been run over, they had moments where they traded some kills back on DFM, but they just got styled on by every member of DCG. It felt like everyone they interacted with just had some ridiculous outplay for them, and insane aggression from ahead.
Yeah, a lot of montage players coming through in that one. And it's kind of like we said in week number 1, there were times where the game just fell apart very early, and you can kind of chalk it up to that and then focus on the next one, right? So DFM going ahead. Honestly, I do think they need to look at the draft, because it's clear that DCG have come in with an exact preparation for this Aurora champ. And so far, yes, they did lose game number 1, but it did seem like even that game number 1 draft was shaping up well, if not for a lot of early mistakes coming through from them.
Yeah, one thing that just seems like a simple choice, as DFM have chosen blue side, so they're not going to deny the red side, is if you're banning 3 junglers and the enemy jungler is still just completely 1v9, it's probably time to just take away this Rumble, maybe take away this Ezreal from Feng, and target other parts of the map, as they're just doubling down on these jungle bans on the side of DFM.
Yeah, I assume this is going to be Lee Sin, yeah. But now, like, the Amumu's open, which is something that DCG stylistically have been very, very good at. But ultimately, if they really still want to go for this AD, they can just pick the Xin. They actually banned the Aurora this time.
Okay, so I think DCG's plan is to play AP into this Aurora. If they cannot get an AD jungler between the Vine and Lee Sin, they are not willing to play into the Aurora. So that is actually a nice discovery for DFM in this draft. Relatively early into the series, as we're essentially just starting a best of 3. I like the Sejuani over the Ashe. Have not been impressed with Yutapon on the Ashe at all.
Yeah, but now Feng can get the Ashe is the problem you face down, right? The Renekton likely to come through from Taco, or maybe it can just be the Rumble again, but 65, he has the choice of pretty much Xin Zhao or an AP jungler, but it's seemingly, as I hold in bated breath.
He played so well on the Rumble, just give it to him, I think.
Yeah, and what does Ray Faki pick into it, right? The Renekton or the Cassante? Problem is, both of them suck into the Rumble.
Yeah, they are just the only laners who seem to survive against the Rumble, and yeah, Ezreal, Rumble, locked in.
Yeah, and after last game, you could pick the Ashe, but why would you?
Yeah, let him have it. When your ADC is playing this well, Yutapon has looked very good on the center when we saw him quite a while ago, last split.
Ooh. Now, this is a flex pick if it is locked in here. It could be Arya or Yutapon.
Yeah, but if you're picking this area as a flex, expecting Cruscata to pick up a Corki, you are in for a rude awakening, as it is probably more likely Orca plays a Corki than Cruscata, it feels like.
Yeah. It also could just still be Ezreal mid.
Oh yeah, that's a good champion for Rumble. I forgot about this pick. Kennen.
Yeah.
Long time Rumble, I guess, counter pick, just because his auto attack range is outside of the Flame Spitter range.
Yeah, you do run into the problem now that Merc Treads are insane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ridiculous Merc Treads game.
And why not just pick the Amumu, right? The Amumu Rumble seems extremely scary. Now you can say the Merc Treads also get value for the side of DFM now, but you've already shown your top laner in the Kennen, so there's only going to really be one tank in the Sejuani and whatever support. You don't really care about the support tankiness in general, as it will just be a Warmogs. And so I think we've put together a very, very strong start of the comp for both teams.
Yeah.
And yet to see really where the Zeri or the Ezreal go.
Yeah, now I do worry a little bit about 665 if it is him on the Amumu. It is a champion. You have to show a little bit more discipline than he had to on the Lee Sin. Have to play around your ultimates and make sure your teammates are in range to follow up. But
the Kalista ban. Homework. Done.
Yeah. Not expecting, a standard comp to come out from the side of DCG, as they do need physical damage in the mid lane now with Rumble Amumu in their top side. Has to be some ADC for Cruscata. I think it would be a shame to take Feng off this Ezreal when it has a good matchup into this area anyway.
Yeah, but it could just be Aria on this area, right? They will just save it till third pick.
True.
So whatever comes next will be support. I know DCG well enough to realize that it will almost certainly be the case. Now, does Taco, if he is on this Rumble, go exhaust? Because you can just go flash exhaust. You probably don't want to. I'd rather see Orca take the exhaust this game, but
yeah,
who knows?
Yeah, it does feel like you just really get a lot of value out of an exhaust or two up against the Kennen. I've only seen the Casantes take.
Yeah, in the lane.
TP exhaust.
And I think that sucks anyway. I think it's better to have on your support. The Ignite, while nice to have, is not the be-all, end-all of summoner spells.
Yeah, and here's a good champion for Udapon. If he does lock in the Jhin, he has looked a lot better than this, than he has on the Ashe, though he's thinking about a Caitlyn pick.
Theoretically, a flex. It is for DCG. In any case.
Caitlyn Braum, we've seen this combo a few times, both here and internationally. Very strong lane. We'll see if Udapon goes all out with the Halo Blades Caitlyn, or just takes some standard fleet forward.
It was Ground Zero, right, that played the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And it did leave a little bit left to be desired. It was our only Caitlyn so far in the playoffs. And ultimately, it wasn't really the Caitlyn's fault in any regard. The game kind of fell apart in many ways. But we'll see if Udapon can get it done here. Obviously, he's a player that's been around since the dawn of time. So there's been many a meta that Caitlyn has been one of the most predominant champs, I suppose you'd say. So sure, he has a lot of practice on it.
Yeah, definitely had her days in the sun.
And Cascada winning on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kai'Sa and Tazeri should just be a pretty even mid lane matchup between these two, with the Kai'Sa being a lot more useful in these early skirmishes.
Now, I really, really hope Cascada goes AD, because there is an obscene amount of magic damage.
Yeah, even the Ezreal, by the way, I'm seeing some of these damage breakdowns for Ezreals. They're doing up to 40% magic damage.
Yeah.
Just from the W and the ulti.
Yeah, it is an absurd amount of magic damage on their side if Cascada does choose to go AP. I think the problem is I don't really know what the AD build is.
Yeah.
I imagine it's like Kraken, Slayer.
Kraken. I've seen a Blade of the Ruined King start.
Oh yeah, that would make sense
For
mid lane as
Kai'Sa.
well. I think Blade of the Ruined King actually just outperforms the Kraken Slayer currently.
Yeah, it has
after
been
the
nerfed
nerfs.
on a range champ specifically. The Kraken Slayer was nerfed.
Seems like a weird nerf. There's not many melee champs that take it.
Yeah, well,
Like
I remember last week we were wondering why Viego went for Kraken over Blade, but it was just a ranged nerf.
Yeah.
So that explains that mystery for us.
Yeah, it's like Tryndamere and Viego. What other melee champs got?
Bel'Veth.
Oh yeah.
Stuff we never really get to see.
Yeah, stuff that kind of just sucks.
Yeah, solo queue superstars. Oh, he did. That is right. A way counterpick, was it?
Yeah, it was. He just went and dove him a couple times. Got that done. As we do now, head on to the Rift for game number 3. Glorified best of 3 now we have in our hands, as both teams are equaled up at 1 apiece. It was DFM with the first game. DCG do bounce back, but all things the same here in terms of side selection. We're going to have 3 games of red side for DCG, 3 games of blue side for DFM. And if you cast your mind back to last spring, it was actually the exact same. It was DCG playing the red side 5 games straight and DFM taking the blue side.
Yeah, and let's see if DFM can set a much slower pace this time around. DCG are favored again, I think, in a fast-paced game. Just because that's the way they prefer as well. I'm sure if Cascada has seen this Braum, looking to chunk him out.
Yeah, fast-paced game as long as we have our key abilities up. And key abilities in this game means mostly the Amumu ult and Alistar ult.
Yeah, there's a world where they could have just put Caitlyn mid and swapped the Zeri to the bot lane, I think. Caitlyn destroys Kai'Sa in a 1v1 mid, but deciding not to.
Yeah, the good thing about Kai'Sa, though, and why she wouldn't get as destroyed is because of her Q, it makes farming under tower very safe and easy.
Yeah. As Feng is going to be the one farming under tower this game. No way to contest this lane. Level 1.
Orca with the tilt emote. Maybe start question pinging his AD carry for taking just so many of those Caitlyn Qs to his dome.
Yeah, headshot. Now onto Orca. Does land the pulverize. It's fleet footwork on this Alistar. I love that. It's a solo Q special. Sorry, the what is it called? Phase Rush.
Phase Rush.
Phase Rush Alistar, yeah.
Fleet on the Caitlyn, however.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of damage being traded back again by Feng on this Ezreal. Harp not able to connect with any of these Qs.
The bot lane of DFM does have to be somewhat careful, as it is going to be junglers both coming down to the bottom side, but they do not have cleanse available for you to pawn. So can find themselves in somewhat of a sticky situation of not playing around that possibility well enough, as 665 actually maybe not reading the play, although actually just looking for a gank mid. Arya.
Yeah, going back to the well is 665. He won't get Arya's flash this time.
No, okay, does get the E away. That's going to sort of release some pressure in the mid lane. Cascada should have a pretty good time for himself for the next few moments anyway.
Yep, helps his mid laner get a little cryo. Kai'Sa does just have a lot more wave clear than the Zeri at this point.
Yeah, unless Zeri uses E, at which point you would have probably gone down, or at least lost a flash to the Mumu bandage toss.
Yeah, and it seems like the strategy is to shut down Arya in this early game.
Yeah, but speaking of that, Cascada's going to be looked at here. Going for that ward.
Oh, nice.
Going to get hit by the Arctic Assault and does have to lose his flash. So games 1 and 2 was Arya losing flash. Game 3 now it's Cascada. Very early on this Kai'Sa going to be losing his flash.
Yeah, and we often just see DCG live or die by their mid lane, so advantage now for Arya.
And still having a much better early game for himself, actually able to pick up this Scuttle Crab as he leaves his camp early, doesn't even do the Krugs. Orca now being looked at, there's a Winter's Bite, concussive blows. Can they find the follow-up? 2 more auto attacks needed, they get the Permafrost, but he is able to get out of there on the Alistar. That phase rush doing God's work for him.
Whoa. Feng very lucky to have cleanse there, otherwise he certainly goes down to the Caitlyn trap. Steel is kind of just hovering his bot lane, expecting an Amumu to be here any minute. They see him hit the Scryer Orb, so should have an idea of where he is on the Amumu. But 665 may be juking them out. Steel is going to be waiting here a long time for an Amumu who is straight up not coming.
Yeah, disastrous lane state, however, for the bot lane of DCG, and Udapon and Harp are going to really enjoy where this is kind of stuck, although going to push it in now. Feng's going to recall, and they might be able to get it in time. Actually, Feng cancelling.
Yeah, he will cancel and stay to grab this wave, but it will be just a clean first recall for DFM's bot lane. Maybe they hang around if they want to get a BF sword for Udapon, and he's not there yet. Feels really good when you can get that first back.
I think they should just look for a recall sometime soon. They already are winning the lane. They've got the cleanse out. They've got the flash away from Orca, and so while you can somewhat push this advantage a little bit, you're probably better off just getting those items online and pushing it through the item advantages you will find yourself at.
Yeah, get the item advantage, and then also you can just make use of this flashes being down and cleanses being down, playing way more aggressively. Steel gonna run into 665, who, very intelligently hit the bot side Scryer plant and then just ran straight to top side, was able to steal a bunch of camps.
Yeah, 2 camps up is he now, but looking for that recall as Teampo now in favor of Steel. See how much he can get back in that time. Should probably even it out.
Yeah, we'll see if 665 does go for his Krugs. Looks like he's pathing to his Wolves, and his Gromp will be up soon as well. Has the Faded Ashes, which is going to give him, at least for a while, a much faster clear than Sejuani, as Orca is here for Arya's flash.
Going to instead find someone riding a boar. Not going to really result in too much. Actually going to lane now with his mid laner.
Look at the topside river vision for DCG.
Yeah, they're even starting up the Void Grubs is 665 on this Amumu. Does not quite have level 6, but trying to get it faster by getting this XP these offer.
Yeah, gets at least 2 here. Nothing Steel can do. Steals 1, but has Smite on 665, so 2 Grubs because Braum is so much later to this play than the Alistar. Orca procs his phase rush and gets out of there. Looks very silly running that quickly.
Yeah, and surprising to me in some regards that Ray Farkey goes for these Sorks. I know it pushes his advantage a lot better, but ultimately you're going to find yourself locked up in these team fights by this Amumu. It's pretty unavoidable in general, unless you are just constantly looking for flanks, which admittedly the Kennen does like to do.
Yeah, should probably just be doing that on the Kennen, and needs to be very intelligent with his flash this game, Ray Farkey. Well-used Kennen flashes in this game are going to be incredibly strong. There are so many targets on the side of DCG for him.
Yeah, honestly, playoff defining, because had J-Team found their way to use their cannon flash a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah.
Could have even seen them here in the second stage of this playoffs. Orca looking here at Harp, who will put up that Braum shield, but gets hit away from it, and down comes the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And another bandage toss will connect here onto Arya. Oh my god, the Killer Instinct. Cascada, one more auto take will do it. It doesn't even need it. True Shot Barrage will come through. The CC's there. And it's a 3-for-0 team fight, nice and early, and the power of the Amumu being felt.
Yeah, and it's just a chain feed from DFM, who, once they see this Amumu level 6 to their Sejuani's level 5, you just have to give up on your Braum there, let him go down. They don't. 665 punishes it incredibly well with the flash ulti here. As soon as this level 6 Amumu shows up, you need to just get out of here as Arya. I'm not sure what they're hoping for. As nice flash from 665 into the exhaust. And another stun onto Arya means that even though he commits his flash here, does go down to an accurate ulti from Feng there on the Ezreal. Steel not really able to get out of there either. What a disaster in the early game. And now, this is where the mental game comes in. You remember falling behind if you're DFM in the previous game, and you remember what it was like playing against these guys once you gave them an edge.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of buttons to go forward. We've already seen Feng's E kind of bound to a forward movement. And Bandage Toss literally only goes one direction.
Yeah, and Harp without flash has to be really careful. He usually can just walk into this push against an Alistar, but is genuinely afraid of being headbutt back towards the enemy turret. If 665 could be here. Steel trying to steal away this blue buff.
Wow, intelligent by 665 to realize what's going on.
Yeah, this is what we need to see from him on a champion like Amumu. You can't take these fights like a Lee Sin might be able to without his ultimate. Amumu definitely needs the ultimate to take these jungle fights.
Yeah, great punish by DFM, of course. Steel finding that angle, realizing there is no Amumu ult. He has his Glacial Prison and going in, yoinking up a blue buff, catching himself up just that little bit more. Ahead of what is likely to be another Void Grub fight. 50 seconds on the spawn of that objective.
Yeah, as far as the lanes go, it looks like slight advantages in top and bot lane for the sides of DFM.
Minus the kill.
Yeah, once you factor in the kills, you end up, seeing about a 1k gold lead for the side of DCG, who haven't picked up any plates yet. Just the one plate going bot to DFM's bot lane, and you'd hope, I think, when you lock in the Caitlyn to get a lot more done than they have so far in the lane phase.
Yeah, the struggle for Caitlyn is, while very strong in the early game and late game, she does have a power trough in that middle stage.
Yeah, so
which is also when Ezreal is pretty much at his peak strength.
Yeah, so you're going to have a rough mid-game. If this Caitlyn can't, grab a tower or something, Ray Farky, you got to dodge.
Going to be able to surge on out of there. A lot of movement speed.
Jesus.
Oh my god!
I don't think you wanted that to land.
Taco is laughing. Taco is probably praying and thanking God that that Q did not hit. Because 665 has no flash and would have immediately died under that tower.
Yeah, would have gotten the Amumu ult into the Rumble ulti. Orca, 2-man stun.
Yeah, nice ultimate coming through from Taco, but it is just going to force out a couple of movement abilities, and that is also the ultimate here from Sejuani, still using it and going to get out that Alistar ult. In the meanwhile, though, 665 has just solo killed the top lane. Faded Ashes getting the last hit on that. He gets the Void Grubs, and meanwhile, in the middle of this game, it is Cascada going in with that Killer Instinct, getting himself one kill. Steel gonna have to flash away and does get out of the play with the lightning crash. All this damage coming through from Arya. It is gonna time out. However, Taco flashing forward. He's trying to find the damage. He's got the overheat, but it's still Arya with this ultimate popped. The movement speed's gonna be enough, and the damage as well is too threatening. 1Q lands, 665 going to throw it, he finds it, the Arctic Assault, nice to cancel that dash, in goes Orca though, and the turnaround, the Winter's Bite does connect, 665 trying to waddle away, waddle to the very next day, but he gets taken out.
Yeah, this is massive for the side of DFM. That was a really nice play from Steel, recognizing how tanky he is in that situation. We'll see what happens to Ray Farky here. He just gets headshot by this Amumu. Even uses his ulti, does use his flash as well. What a disaster. Ray Farky going to be useless for a while on this Rumble. The play initially goes about as well as you'd hope on the side of DFM. They commit so many ultimates, and I think once you trade the Sejuani ult for the Alistar ult, the play is just over. If you're DFM, you don't have the damage here. Top laner is always going to be more useful than your jungler, especially a Sejuani without her ulti. And Arya eats the second exhaust of the game, as that was picked up for Kennen, but he's the one suffering it.
Yeah, now this is the yin-yang of DCG, right? Massive play, they get the solo kill, 65 killing out Ray Farkey, they get another kill in the mid lane, and then they overdive, get caught out with Harp's respawn, and give over a bunch of kills back to DFM. And so that is the way you find yourself back in this game. Arya now has the most gold in the game on the Zeri, and is in a position to possibly look to carry it. Obviously, he's going to really need to get a QSS online as soon as possible, because one Amumu ult can shut him down entirely.
Yeah, Ezreal and Kai'Sa, two of the meta champions that do very well against the Zeri. Ezreal able to kite her out really easily and land some poke. If Arya does try chase the Ezreal engage, though.
Bandit shots does come through. Steel getting very, very low. The flash forward, and we found the stun here onto Arya, and he needed to carry, but it's just 665 going in and finding absolutely everything. It looked like Steel was going to go down, but he finds the angle, he finds the Zeri, and he finds a kill for Cascada.
Yeah, Arya has his flash, but no chance to use it. Just gets cleaned up. This is why the Kai'Sa can be so good into the Zeri. She has a lot of single target and can chase you over these walls. Plate picked up for Orca and Cascada. The mid 3v3 just very one-sided right now for the side of DCG.
We're going to have to do a comparison after this game, potentially, out of who had the better Amumu between Schönfire and 665. Because so far, this Amumu's looking insane.
Yeah.
But Schönfire's was as well.
Yeah, but we saw in those games Schönfire was playing Amumu. You are actually very vulnerable in this champ. You are a valid engage target. You've got just a Leandries to your name. And can be just taken before you even get a chance to ulti on this champion. Especially against the long-range Caitlyn Zeri.
And especially as Zeri, very strong. Going for the Blade of the Ruin King, as we said at the top of the day. Does just seem to outperform the Kraken. Is
Orca
engaged
again.
once again. Orca finding it. He has that ultimate available. True Shot Barrage gets blocked up there by Harp, but Cascada wailing away at these health bars. This is a fight where the Amumu is not there. We are using that Unbreakable Will, but we're rooted up. It's going to be a kill back as the Lightning Crash does come through. Steel trying to tank up for his mid lane. For Arya, the flash forward, the Winter's Bite, the concussive blows, and Arya picks himself up another.
Yep, that feels really good if you're Arya. No ulti or flash. I think the ulti is just coming up now for 665. So, yeah, again, over-aggression from DCG. We see this often.
Two wolves.
Yeah. Another nice engage from Orca. He just cannot resist when he sees two members stacked on each other. You probably just have to run for your life once this Ezreal ulti is blocked by the Braum, though.
Orca played by Udapon.
Yeah, just landing two traps on the Alistair there. And then the Caitlyn ult to help his team out too. Arya able to follow this up with a nice flash Q from Harp on the Braum.
It was well played in general by everyone in that play there for DFM, and they find themselves another two kills, both going over to Arya on the Zeri. You see the Null Magic in his inventory, likely to be those Merc Treads.
Yeah, and he needs to rush to a QSS as fast as he can, or needs his Braum to be building a Mikhail's. Braum is going for Warmog, so just needs a QSS at some point.
I can't believe that Harp is not just going for a Locket. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I think a Locket into Mikhail's makes a lot of sense on the Braum. Or even just the other way around. Feels like it does a lot, considering, 665 just clearly has a target in this game in Arya, who's getting flash ulted on constantly. Steel spotted out here, and 665 does hop in the Herald. Many more members on the side of DCG for now in the bot lane.
This tower is going to go down. Orca trying to find some play there. Does have Unbreakable Will up for himself, but instead, well played. Really, really well played.
Yeah, was about to get stunned up by the Sejuani. Orca hops in the Rift Herald. That's a nice play.
Not something we see very often, but when implemented well, looks really cool, and I think Orca doing so just there.
Yeah, Ray Farkey, I think, going for the appropriate Kennen build this time around, has his rocket belt finished up as Arya gets stung by the harpoon.
Yeah, base build thus far. We'll see what that second item is. He has the...
Should be Shadow Flame, I think.
Yeah, could be the Shadow Flame. A lot of squishy members opposing him.
As well as just chucking a Banshee somewhere in his build gets a lot of value this game.
Yeah. Udapon is definitely doing damage.
Yeah, looking scary on the Caitlyn. Has a static ship finish, probably working towards an IE next.
It is going to be very difficult for Udapon to find a lot of value in these team fights because he hasn't gone for that cleanse.
Yeah.
If 665 ever sees this Caitlyn on a screen, can kind of just go at him and probably will find a kill. Harp's got a lot to do to try and protect this Caitlyn, and without the ability to use that shield you get from the Locket, it's going to be even harder.
Yep, not finished his Warmogs yet compared to Orca, who
Orca
will lose his ult here.
Yeah, loses ult. It's traded, of course, for Sejuani's as Udapon trying to find damage. Fing trying to find damage as well. Both AD carries not really able to do so, as teleport will come through from Taco, so a win overall for DFM. Ray Faki even here, maybe looking for some aggression under this tower, but Fing should be safe enough to clear it out, and worst case scenario, Equalizer is there. It's going to come down. Taco going to get knocked up by that Glacial Fissure, and it's Cascada going aggressive. Lightning Crash does come out, but Ray Faki trying to find the way in with that Slicing Maelstrom, but not quite able to do so. It's Fing now going aggressive even more. Harp should be able to block this up. The Guardian does so for him, and now it's DCG trying to get this mid lane tower. Arya, with the wave clear available on Zeri, not even going to be able to walk up to this wave as DCG with 6-5 at the helm, marching down this mid wave. Oh my god, the banish shot!
Wow.
Oh my god! What an engage coming through there from 6-6-5! This Amumu champ's ridiculous! And just like that, the house comes toppling down, and DCG, they claim their prize!
Yeah, that is just 5 kills. I don't think DCG can end quite yet. The death timer should be too long, and they probably shouldn't take this inhib either. It is risky to take an inhib this early, but they're going to go for it on the side of DCG. They have such decisive engage that they've decided they can end this game in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, while you say it is risky,
here's the bandage toss.
Like, look at this, look at this. Oh my god.
And Arya jumps away thinking that he's getting a Mumu ulted. 6-6-5 just swaps sides of that fight. 5 for nothing this early in the game is insane.
Well, I mean, I want to bring this all back to draft real quickly before we see anything else happen, which won't be too far away, I'm sure. Game number 1. Oh. Well, hold up. There it is, as I said. Harp going to be looked at, going to get stunned up. Udapon is here to try and help his support out, and looks like Harp will be able to make his way out with that flash. But what I was going to say is, game number 1, we banned the Amumu, right? And it was, oh, hold up. Sorry, guys, it's just action every time. Taco going to get looked up. He's going to use that Equalizer, try and keep himself alive. It looks like he will be able to, but it is a really nice ult from Steel to try and turn that around, but as you said, no Slicing Maelstrom means that Taco's able to get out, but Steel's still going aggressively. Doesn't look like the Q's available.
Yeah, this just feels desperate from DFM. They're going to lose a tier 2 bot now. Top lane, rather.
All right, can I say my point?
All right, go
Looks
on.
like I might be able to.
Yeah.
All right. They banned Amumu, game number 1, right? One of their 3 jungle bans. Game number 2, they're like, oh, this Vi was pretty strong. Let's ban that. So they get Lee Sin. Now they ban Vi and Lee Sin, so the Amumu's open.
Yeah.
And now look at the Amumu.
Yeah, at some point you have to recognize this guy is just 1v9 whatever he's on, and you need to stop banning jungle champ.
Well, you could ban the Amumu, I think. That's a reasonable ban. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's always going to have a champ. The Amumu, to me, feels the most impactful.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, this is why it is risky to take these inhibs early. If you can't end when you take an inhib this early, Fang is just going to be struggling to keep up and farm with the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
They do have 3 dragons now on the side of DCG.
And I think importantly, too, in the current meta, right, there's not much wave clear in comparison to when you have those control mages mid. Those control mages can usually just sit there even at this stage of the game and clear waves and honestly push the wave out. The Caitlyn and the Zeri don't really have the ability to get these waves fully pushed out. And so DCG can just run around the map and take what they want.
Yeah, once upon a time, Caitlyn used to stack her headshot with Runan. She was very good at killing these super minions, but not the case anymore. Just fully AoE spec'd is Udapon this game.
Yeah, actually, wow.
Not a usual Caitlyn build. I've seen a lot more Collector into IE, playing towards Caitlyn's strengths a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember back to what Lemus built first. I think he actually went for IE, just as his first time. I might be wrong.
DCG on the Baron, this is what you need to do when you take an inhib early. Let's see what DFM can do about this. Both sums up for this Kennen. He has to make a play.
All the gold that Udapon has collected from farming these mid waves is not even here. He hasn't been able to recall this Baron. It is going to go down. It was very dodgy at 65. Does stay out of the pit, but Ray Faki comes through. He finds a massive ult, but he's not got the damage and no one there to follow up. It's a double kill for Feng, and Feng's still pretty much untouched. And once again, landing everything, landing absolutely everything, and he does go down. It's a triple kill for him though, as he is able to claim that last kill. And everything be damned, DCG will claim their second and game number 3.
Yeah, DCG needed to end this game quickly, and they've done exactly that. This inhib will not spawn in the mid lane. Baron done almost on spawn by DCG. It looked like that cannon flank might do enough, but Feng, another fight playing out of his mind. Kriskada on form this game as well. Just 3v3s going DCG's way.
Yeah, Respawn's coming through, but Kriskada just sitting there hitting that Nexus while the rest of his team do hit, make sure no one gets to him. But what a game. I mean, DCG, 665 in particular, just having a fantastic showing.
Yeah.
And as you said in that game, I think it's time we give up on these jungle bans. Ban, sure, the Amumu. Ban the Amumu. I think that obviously proved to me right there that this Amumu champ is insane. Ground Zero proved it multiple times. We saw it already before the playoffs from DCG. I think this champ specifically is ridiculous right now, especially when you're opening yourselves up to these 280 carry comps. Get rid of that, and let's just sort of re-go over the rest of the draft.
Yep, I agree with you. I think that was an amazing look from 665 that game. He had to be very disciplined on the Amumu, and he was. He was pretty much only going in when he had flash and ulti, and every time he had it, he would get massive impact.
Yeah.
It would just grow the gold lead for his team every time his flash was up.
I want to ask you, if you were the coaching staff of DFM, I want you to do the first 3 bans of draft for me. And I'll go after you, because I already know what I would ban if I were going up against this.
Okay. I'd probably ban Rumble if we're not going to first pick it. I'd likely ban Amumu just because it's been so impossible to deal with. And then from there, free ban. Chuck a ban at whatever you feel like. Maybe Lee Sin.
I was going to say Israel. Honestly,
Ezreal,
I think
right. How
Feng
could I
has
forget?
played, like, even this game, he was down like something like 20 CS coming out of lane. Just didn't matter. Because Israel, you know, these skill shot champs are kind of balanced around landing skill shots.
Sometimes.
So you're supposed to miss sometimes.
Yeah.
But Feng has not missed. And like, while maybe in the generally you wouldn't ban the Israel, you know, you'd, yeah, okay, it looks okay, but Feng has actually just been on point this series. Just completely on point. And sometimes, and it's something that PSG are really good at, just conceding that, you know, this is just Feng having the series of his life on Israel, let's just ban that. Fine, let's get him to prove he can play something else, because I think everyone can agree that sometimes you go onto League of Legends, you pick one champ, you really want to play one champ, you play it, and you just perform like 3 tiers higher than you generally do, because maybe you're in the mood for it, or it's just something's clicked on that given day. And it seems like Feng on the Israel has very much clicked today.
Yeah, and I have to imagine the Nidalee must be easier to deal with than something like this Amumu. These 3v3s were just completely unplayable, especially with how well 665 is playing the early jungle. He's just always up camps on Steel in all these games. Getting level 6 first, and then DFM not respecting that. It could be a very different game if they respect the Amumu level 6 and just let their Braum die so that Steel can get 6 on the Sejuani and, you know, maybe himself find an engage onto this Amumu, take him out of the fight. Though Steel in general just not getting that much value out of these Sejuani ults by virtue of being against an Alistar, really.
And this Baron is pretty much taken out. 665 not even in the pit, just making sure that Steel can't get in there. I was getting very worried. I was like, guys, it's like 400, 300.
Steel actually flashes in, maybe had to just play for the turn with his Kennen here. Kennen almost 100 to 0's Kriskada and Orca in his ulti. So it's a shame the Sejuani has just sacrificed her whole life to go for the Steel. Arya does what he can, but all these members of DCG are so fed.
Yeah, Arya, I thought he did the most damage. No, he just did the same amount of damage as 4 members of DCG. And that's kind of, I want to say, in large because of this Amumu. Honestly, this Amumu was just opening up so many avenues. That one team fight mid, and we are going, it is going to be 665 the MVP. He deserves it. We've got to see 2 replays. You know, sometimes you get 2.
Yeah.
His solo kill, first of all, just solo kill in the top lane, and then that ridiculous engage he found mid, where yes, he kind of got a train ride in there because his bandage toss landed on Steel, who just dashed him into the middle of his team. But it was just like the angles that 665 is finding is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and he just is consistently doing it. You expect the Amumu ult flash. When he lands the bandage, it is the next thing he's going to do, but he's still just finding every member of DFM. And Unipon taking barrier did get an advantage in his lane, but not worth just being guaranteed a death every 5 minutes as Amumu has his flash and ulti up.
Yeah, there it is. The 2 icons of this team in large. The 665 and Kriskada. Most kills for 665. Honestly, getting a solo kill does help. As yeah,
no surprises here. 13 KDA.
Almost the most damage in the game. And
solo killed the top laner in that game.
Yeah.
Kennen, who used flash and ulti, I think that shows a little bit of a maybe disrespect for his win conditions on the cannon there. As when your team is behind, you need to hold on to your ulti and flash on the
and
cannon.
Here it is. Choo-choo, all
yeah,
aboard.
Of course it's going to be this play. This was just an instant game over play. And it's because Udapon doesn't have cleanse. I mean, the Braum tries to do what he can to defend his backline, but at this point, job done by a 665 who damn near heals to full HP off his Triumph.
What the hell is that, man? The Conqueror, the Triumph, everything going right there for 665, and everything going right in games 2 and 3, for DCG. But DFM, I mean, it is not without play, right? They're so far behind in these last two games, and they still manage to find team fights that it looks good for them. I mean, that one team fight there where Aria picks up a double kill in the sort of Raptor pit there. It's like, wow, DFM have a way back in. Aria is that way back in.
Yeah.
And then it led to that fight we just saw immediately after, where 65 just finds the perfect engage. It's like, damn, if this didn't happen, we didn't have our inhib taken out at 19 minutes, then we might have been able to actually scale back, let our Zeri have a chance at carrying this game, but unfortunately it was not to be. Now we are going to go to another break. When we're back, can DFM bounce back? Can they take us to a game number 5? We'll find out soon.
我顶那个哦，
凯能没闪喽，打近了，只能打近了。他右边，他有个 Q， 这皮带，哎，没了。
好喝。去波吧，
投了，
哇，我怎么死了？谁知道啊？烂超无聊的这游戏。啊，
注意自己的那个。
你说言论吗？
对 ，OK， 下一把。
说不定我们讲台语，他们就听不懂啊，观众听不懂台语。
他没弹。可以再洗一下呢。洗什么啦？洗什么？该结束。
好啦，洗澡啦。
真的去洗澡啦。他没闪。洗。哦，一直哭哎，你们超解的，
超无聊的。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？
睡哦。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, want to dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la,
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome to the fire indeed, and that is to DFM, who you no longer got that walk in the park that the stage one is. You're against the big boys now, and DCG are proving it.
Yeah, and it has been literally welcome to the fire. They've been up against Rumble, which I am advocating a ban for. Taco's best champion, I think, by far.
Yeah.
So it's surprising to let him have it so often. It is a first pick worthy champion. Has a ridiculous win rate so far.
Yeah, got nerfed. Don't feel it
Yeah,
in the
unaffected.
slightest.
Yeah.
It does just seem like that ridiculous champ Rumble continues to be. And now red side will be selected for
Yeah, I
DFM
like that.
this time, so definitely something different here in the draft. One thing I'm worrying about, or wondering about probably is a different word. Aurora.
Yeah, do DCG play it? I assume someone's picked it up, even if it's Orca
Yeah.
in the ball lane. The ulti is probably good enough to use it on a support champ. And if one thing is true about DCG, they know how to draft around a champion.
Yeah.
They will enable this Orca, this Aurora, rather.
Or this Orca.
Yeah, or they will enable Orca too, if you let them get Senna or something. Though don't see Senna in Fang's future anytime soon with the way he's playing on this Ezreal.
Yeah, that would be criminal.
The good thing, I guess no, the bad thing about Red Side is you get to do less target bans and you have to do more priority bans because you're worried about the last pick. Things like Ashe, Rumble, often banned on Red Side.
Yeah, but I mean, DCG have just not cared in the slightest.
Nidalee still for DFM. They must know something we do not about 665 on this Nidalee.
I'd like to think I've watched enough 665 Nidalee.
Yeah, to have a pretty good gauge on where he's at with that champion, and would rather see him on a Mumu, or Lee Sin, or Vi, or Zyra, or Brand, Arthas.
Aurora. It is banned. So we do think DCG play it. Obviously, I mean, Cascada seems to just play absolutely everything. So not too surprising to think that he would have picked it up. Ezreal, the current hover, and with Feng playing how he is.
Yeah, and if you remember the start of the split, we were seriously thinking about first pick Ezreal being a viable option because of how strong this champion was. Has been nerfed slightly since then in terms of his AD ratios on the queue, and looks like we're going back to the Ashe. Udapon does not look super excited about playing another Ashe game. Steel gets to Viego this time.
Okay, so different look here for Steel. He'll have something that he can carry on potentially if the game goes his way. Sejuani, a humble Sejuani if this is locked in.
Sejuani Braum looks pretty ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
They were able to survive an Ashe Seraphine lane with that combo. Actually, they go for the Renekton. Worried about maybe a third pick lock-in for Ray Farkey here that can be followed by Renekton ban. Renekton Sejuani, pretty strong combo too.
Yeah, let's see.
We pretty rarely do see 665 play to the top side though. Never, actually.
Never. literally ever.
Yeah,
but
actually,
they did dive Ray Farkey in game number 2.
That's true, and he did kill Ray Farkey in game 3.
That's true.
Just not without the help of his top laner. As Arya on the Azir, I like this already.
Me too.
For DFM, Arya is a monster on this Azir. We didn't get to see it last playoffs because Azir was disabled. But not only is he good on the Azir, it's a great Azir game. Already with Renekton Sejuani locked in, probably a melee support for Orca. So much self-peel, he'll get a lot of value out of this Azir and make up for the lack of DPS Ashe has later in the game.
Kai'Sa banned against Chris Carter.
Yep.
Obviously last game having a great game for himself, and he is just very good at that champion. It's what he was often best at in the AD carry position, and now he just uses it mid to about the same success, even more success you'd argue. So get rid of that, don't let him have it, makes a lot of sense. And now bans to come through for DCG, they're looking for Nah, so it's just some blanket bans there for the Renekton. Jax would stand out as another one. Maybe you just want to get rid of this Cassante and get Ray Farkey to prove he can play something else.
Yeah, I would say get rid of the Cassante over the Jax if you're DCG, and put Taco in a skill matchup against Ray Farkey, you know, back against the walls for DFM, and, you know, you've got nothing to lose. Well, you've got a game you can lose on the side of DCG. So I think let Taco maybe skill check the enemy top and get Ray Farkey off his most played champ in the Cassante.
Now, let's see. The Ziggs going to be banned against Cascada. Obviously, Ziggs just in that isolated 1v1 actually does very well into the Azir. And yeah, Kennan's going to be banned, so...
Yeah, should be a no-brainer Cassante lock-in here for DFM, unless they want to prioritize some support like the Braum that they can take away from DCG.
Yeah, I mean, in any case, you probably are just locking in the Cassante, whether it be now or in that last pick, so you may as well just take it now, hide that support, try and get a better matchup in that bot lane for yourself.
Yeah, especially because the Braum does feel good on the side of DCG. It doesn't feel that good for the side of DFM.
Yeah, Jhin. I mean, this would mean it's actually Ezreal mid for Cascada, almost certainly. Not likely to be the Jhin mid for Cascada, but you can't ever count it out.
Yeah, very true. Jhin mid feels just very vulnerable to the Azir once he does hit 6. I think you'd feel a lot safer with an Ezreal, though tough act to follow to be playing the Ezreal here.
Yeah, but I think the biggest highlight we've had over the course of this entire split was exactly Cascada's Ezreal. So we'll see if he can replicate the success we've seen him have. Yeah, nice blind pick in the Rakan.
Yeah.
Does pretty much everything all at once.
Yeah, can be pretty hard countered by the Alistar if Hart does want to go for it.
I think you're fine. Doesn't really get that countered. Even if you know, the similar thing where you go in, try and find the counter with Alistar as you do with Leona, but the difference is Battle Dance exists, you can actually go backwards. And maybe Harp.
I think this is just a shout-out, huh?
It should be, but it looks like it's going to be locked in. They are going to lock it in. So Ashe, alongside the Hui in the bot lane, definitely a very, very tough lane to navigate. Now, admittedly, this Jhin, possibly the best champ to be able to try and do so.
Yeah.
And the roaming potential from Orca, much higher than Harp.
Yeah, certainly. It's just whether he can get out from under his tower.
I mean, Orca can. He just recalls and walks out and leaves Feng to deal with it.
Yeah, Feng is going to have trouble this game. Pushed up against his tower. We'll see what Orca can do in this lane. Should be punished for picking this Rakan blind. Ashe does so well with these double range lanes. They've got frontline elsewhere, but they do have to get an advantage in the spot lane. Hui is not going to feel as useful as a Rakan if the lanes go even.
Yeah. Just by virtue of Hui to get a lot of impact, a lot of value, I suppose, you do need items. Obviously, he is just a damage champion, so if you don't get items online, you are going to suffer a little bit, whereas Rakan, he's always going to be very good in terms of that utility. One item pretty much sorts him out for the rest of the game. Anything over that is just a luxury.
Yeah, and it's a Hui support pick into our Hui support player, Orca.
Yeah.
So if anyone's going to be able to navigate this lane well, it will be Orca.
It hasn't played it in a while, though. Not since spring. We'll see. I think DFM, they've done a smart thing. Take things a little bit more traditional. Give that Arya Azir out, and more mages are back. Obviously, we already saw the Vex earlier on in the series, and it looked very, very good.
Yeah, and as far as my complaints go about the previous drafts, they've managed to get Taco off the Rumble. They've managed to get Feng off the Ezreal. So far, so good.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
For a DFM, they've got Rayfarki on his most played champion, probably the most played champion for every top laner. They are sitting on top of a ward right now, though.
Except Arja. Arja's is probably like TF?
Fate or something.
Yeah, I think it's TF.
Another ward walked over by DFM, and they have to know something's up. Yeah. Give the award to Azir.
Yep. It's going to be a nice pickup. Means he does get, of course, level 2 on that first minion wave. Meanwhile, though, it is DCG's jungle and top in that other side, the other quadrant. Looks like we might be looking for a split map. And I think this obviously heavily favors the side of DFM because genuine dive potential coming through on that bot side, being that they are just going to be able to push constantly to this tower.
Yeah, and the one advantage you have with a melee support over a range support is how well you enable the ganks, which are just not coming anytime soon for this DCG bot lane. They have to weather the storm down here and last hit under their tower. Feng trying to get straight on the wave here. Nice trading. DCG's bot lane has just been trading a lot better in these early levels.
Oh, Orca yoinks himself a minion. Gobbles that one up. Obviously starting that Q because you are never, ever pressing W early in this lane, but
Boots 4 for Feng.
Yeah, I think he has to. The sustain is just too important. He's not going to be sustaining anywhere near as much with that Doran's.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see...
Oh, this is so miserable.
I doubt he will go back for a Doran's, but it's not even a terrible idea. Lifesteal on that item.
Nah, it'll be the Swiftness boots. Does very well against Ashe. And it is just what Jhin likes anyway.
Yeah, so far CSing really well on the Jhin.
Yeah, somehow. Despite the amount of pressure. And now they're going to be aware of Steel's location. Throw up the... What is that?
Alpaca?
Goat? Alpaca?
Yeah, I think it's like a deft...
Oh, it was a
Deft's
specific
team.
one? Yeah, DRX.
Harp, so far, so good with these Qs on the QQs.
Is it from his time on DRX?
Not sure.
I'm questioning myself.
Yeah, it'll be a def theme. Cannon denied by DFM's bot lane.
Yeah, it is just so hard for Feng to walk up. I think
dodge.
they probably played this poorly by just shoving in the minion wave, because ultimately...
Yeah, it means they're not getting dived, but...
Yeah, but now they're just going to lose CS anyway. Taco on the other side, he is just able to continuously push this wave forward.
Yeah, Rayfarki sacking a lot of CS to avoid trades with this Renekton intelligently when there's a Sejuani ready to dive you if you do get chunked.
Yeah, Feng losing his barrier there.
Yeah, so much damage coming out of this DFM bot lane. They're looking a lot cleaner this game. Yeah, the jungle attention is not over yet, as Steel can still pick up this crab in the bot side. So Feng is actually going to commit to this recall. We saw him cancel a few of these. This time around, does just get out of here, and DFM, incredible start to the early game. Exactly what they need from their bot lane.
Yeah, probably wishing this game more than ever that he was the Ezreal.
Yeah. Cascada doing pretty well for himself in the mid lane. It is Grasp on Arya. So it might be a tank Azir game.
Yeah, probably just the Leandri's first.
Oh, enemy team is full AD.
Yeah.
With a little bit of magic damage coming out of the Ezreal, as we said before.
And
up to 40.
You will be forced to go for those Merc Treads anyway, so...
Yeah, Merc Treads, and he'll probably be happy picking up the Abyssal Mask, as tank Azir often does. Steel, this time, going to be making the first gank in the mid lane. Stun buffered by the... rain gauge.
Yeah, Steel being looked at. Permafrost comes through, and 6-5 realizing now is the time to back away. There is no follow-up coming through from Chris Carter without that E available. Oh, my lordy lord.
Goodness, both top laners still with their TPs available. Rayfarki should be able to get out of here just in time with Steel here to protect him. Whether Steel can get these grubs or not depends on how quickly this TP comes out.
Here. Orca's here, Steel being looked at. Arctic Assault, Permafrost not going to come through, but they are going to force Steel away from his jungle camp. If he re-engages, he might be in for a rude awakening. Flash forward and everything. It's DCG pulling the trigger. 1Q, no! Steel will survive.
My goodness, and it ends up 2 flashes used to try get Steel there, and they'll just walk away with the Krugs for now.
Well played by Steel to be able to get out of that situation as Arya being aggressed on here. Whoa. And Chris Carter, one more Q. Oh, So many low health bars. Steel living, Ray Farkey living. Fing, he is now the one under pressure, and it's DFM getting the winning side of at least this trade.
Yeah, but you see how difficult it is for Jin. 2 last hit under the tower. He manages to avoid the dive, but doesn't get a whole lot of the CS.
Fing is hating his life right now.
Yeah, and it's not really going to fix anything when Orca gets here. He can't go in on these champions. Maybe 665 coming in can help, but they've got Steel right behind them and no flash on the Sejuani anyway. And we're going to see the go onto Steel here. I think it's just a flash W.
Oh, he leveled up as well. Oh, and we missed the flail. Oh, so many things could have gone better.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Just bad CC layering from the side of DCG. Uncharacteristic mistakes.
665 getting 10 gold for himself with that double pink ward place down. Minus 75 is probably the more important metric.
Yeah. Oh, trade in the mid lane. Ezreal ulti goes wide. And everyone goes their separate ways. Arya.
Oh, do they? Arya finds the engage. It's a really, really nice Azir.
Wow.
And there it is, punishing that flash earlier.
There we
Steel
go.
picking up first blood. Finally on the board early, and now he's going to be looking to take these Raptors, some of this jungle away from this Sejuani.
Oh, and how good is it to see these mid laners on their AP champions?
Yeah.
Kristata aggressing. Oh, God. Bot lane is such a horror show.
Oh.
Wow, that Q is nice. Harp has put the games in on this way. Can't blame him if you're a support player in solo queue. That champion has to be constantly calling out to you.
Yeah, look at the gold lead. It's 1 kill found and find themselves now at 800 advantage.
Yeah.
Obviously, this bot lane CS, very, very poor by Fing, but he has just not been able to.
Yeah, well, you can't really last hit that well under tower on Jin anyway.
Let alone
doing
with a Hui.
Yeah, in a 1v2, impossible. Steel gets himself level 6, picks up the dragon. Gonna be traded for the Void Grubs by 665.
How close is he to level 6, though? Not all that close. Void Grubs might just get him over the line. One
Yeah,
more
looks
set
like
of
they
them
will.
will be able to tick along, get access to that Glacial Prison, and maybe look for some plays himself. Orca and
Steel.
Cascada trading so aggressively. Arya, he's going to get the shield from Harp, and Cascada absolutely sends it. Going to get taken down. Now Orca's in trouble, does have flash and heal available for himself. Is going to get that Heartbreaker out of Steel and walk on out.
Yep, meanwhile, 665 will get 6 off this last Void Grub. And look to invade the enemy top side. He is just kind of forced to play around his Renekton in this game because of the split map.
Are we going to see an exact replica of how the last Series 4 game started out?
Yeah, if DFM wins this, it's just a repeat of the previous series. -1 Smolder champion. Cascada's here on the Harp.
Oh, Harp getting low. A lot of ults coming through. He does not. He does have flash. He does have flash. Okay. Gets away. Now he's stunned up, and as is Fing down the bottom there. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect onto him. Obviously very easy to land that on a Jin who was ulting.
Yeah, Harp loses his flash, though. Gets his jungler the red buff. We're going to see... It looked like Arya was just going down here, but Cascada just misses 1 Q here when he goes for a Q flash.
Oh.
Well played by Arya. Heal was available for Harp anyway, so I'm not sure Arya even goes down.
Now Ray Farkey getting looked at. Has flash, has all out.
It's a difficult dive.
Yeah, it is going to be Dominus comes out there of Taco. Unstoppable Pathmaker, but he is just taken out.
Ray Farkey does get his W off in time, I think, but just no difference. Enough CC on the side of DCG. That's a full tower for Taco.
And how many waves? Like 3 waves going down as well.
Yeah, this is a fat Renekton now. The gold is even. Probably ahead for DCG once Taco
this
gets
tower
his
goes
tower.
down.
Yeah, no TPs.
The problem is, for DCG, how many games have we seen where it's Taco carrying?
0.
0 this split. They did last split occasionally. This split, they've never looked to Taco to be their carry. This game, they're almost forced into it. Almost forced by DFM and how they piloted that level 1.
Yeah. Yeah, as well as just the draft, really.
Now, to be fair, as someone that's watched Taco for 2 years, if there was a champ that I'd hope him to do it on,
yeah, Renekton.
It is exactly Renekton.
Orca coming up to defend his jungler, but the damage is done. Steel has stolen away the Krugs.
And Fing, once again, is suffering. Down 30 CS in this bottom lane. It is very much on Taco to be able to get this one done. Now, Heartbreaker going to be used there from Steel, getting a little bit over-aggressive onto Orca with Fing coming along there to meet his support and make sure that safety is secured.
Yeah, no one was coming from the side of DFM, so that almost felt like a voluntary ulti for W trade by Steel there. Yeah, Feng is hitting these range minions, hoping that the next Q will be up in time, but it doesn't even bounce to the range minions. He's going to get neither.
Feng can stay here pretty safely. Finally, Harp is out of mana.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he should be able to pick up the majority of the next wave.
I'm surprised Udapon's not just throwing ultis at this Jhin, who has no cleanse. Taco fishing.
Another egregious no cleanse game.
Yeah, it does feel bad to build the cleanse just for the Ashe, but...
I mean, it's Viego and honestly Harp as well.
Yeah, Arya being very aggressive in this lane, but does just eat some poke. Uh-oh.
Taco's here.
Has ulti.
Yeah. Oh, nice ult. Oh, no! Oh, no! Anti-synergy.
What even happened?
It was the fear from Harp.
Right, stop Taco from going all the way into the
Yeah,
tower.
and now Arya's in a lot of trouble. That could have possibly been getting the flash out of the Renekton, but he just gets out of that situation for free anyway. Glacial Prison comes down and Steel, he has no access to his ult, but he does have his team backing him. He's able to get on out of that situation. But what a disaster. Oh, Arya, he was under pressure, found a fantastic ult, and unfortunately Harp coming through with that fear keeps Taco safe, keeps both of his sums up and available. And he's going to use that teleport now to get back to top and meet this wave.
Yeah, I knew it stopped flashes. I didn't even think about that interaction, and neither did Harp, obviously. And this is something Taco does really well alongside Aja specifically. When they get a lead, they don't just try to kill this Cassante or hope to 2v1 in the top lane. They run straight mid with their lead, usually to the Raptor Pit, and flash on someone. Taco still does have his flash if he can shove out some waves and get onto this Azir.
Yeah, luckily he kept it. Now he is roaming back down. He's going to have utmost prio in that top side the entirety of this game. Obviously, the rest of DFM very far ahead, but it's still DCG in the lead in terms of that gold, all of which is piled onto this Renekton.
Yep. Just Taco with a lot of work to do. He's probably going to... He can't show up to this dragon fight. Has no TP for himself. Probably just going to go for a couple demolish procs.
He could walk down. He has obviously got complete lane prio, and Rayfaki would likely meet with that teleport, so he isn't going to really be under threat of losing his tower. And if Rayfaki chose to trade the tower for it, it's a very beneficial trade for the side of DCG. But they're going to instead give over the dragon and opt into these Void Grubs. It'll be 6 for them. And with how far ahead this Renekton is, that could become a problem.
Yeah.
But in general, I would prefer to be DFM.
Yeah, definitely. Just getting the 2 dragons locked in, guaranteed advantage. The Grubs help you end. They help you take towers when you're winning. But only one member is winning on the side of DCG right now. And,
yeah, Feng's hating his life right now. Very far behind. Has a bunch of movement speed and a dagger. Trying to clear out this minion wave with his ultimate. Will be able to do so. Arya blocking up that last one, though.
Yeah, blocking the cannon there from Feng. Can't catch a break. Honestly, I think Feng only being 30 CS down this game is a miracle.
I think so, too. How well Udapon and Harp were abusing that lane.
Yeah, as well as just a split map. Here is Sejuani. Udapon has cleanse.
He has cleanse and Harp doesn't, but Harp does have flash and gets on out of that situation, but he's walked straight into a Croc, and the Croc will be claiming that one. Actually, it's Orca who does take the kill eventually, but here comes Rayfaki, the all-out available. Dominus is popped for Taco, and he's getting very low. All-out does come through. Can he survive? The Colour of the Meek is going to get him a bunch of healing back, and now Rayfaki's in the middle of 4 people, but one of those people is Feng, and Feng is so damn weak. He's not going to be able to have the damage, but he does manage to find the kill alongside Chris Carter, and now Udapon being looked at. One more ability. No! He's not going to be able to find him. It's DFM who claim the team fight win. Only Taco surviving, and once again advantage to the LJL representatives.
Yeah, they managed to grab 2 kills there, do DCG, but 4 of them go down. Luckily, it's not Taco going down, which is, I guess, a small benefit as 665 just completely whiffs his ulti on the engage here, but Taco is so massive. He is just tanking up the tower alongside this Ashe. And when does Arya arrive at this fight? He is just so far away. But Rayfaki's so tanky. Full AD comp from the side of DCG behind early. This Cassante just tanks forever.
And
Taco cleaned up.
Taco sends Feng to the wolves.
Yeah.
Maybe a waste of flash there from Arya, but ultimately they do get the job done.
Yeah, misjudging the fight there a little, I think, Arya. Not recognizing how one-sided the other side of the fight was. As you see, so much plate gold picked up for Taco.
65 found Harp, though. Harp doesn't have cleanse, remember. He just, flash, sorry. He just used it Permafrost comes through. That's as clean as can be. Udapon does have flash, does have cleanse. Is going to be able to flash out of that Grand Entrance. But now Arya's the one under trouble. Curtain Call coming through. Misses 1, misses 2, misses 3, and will miss 4.
Reminds me of a certain Jin player.
Det1?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that doesn't remind me of a certain Sejuani player, as that was a fantastically found Glacial Prison, able to take down that mid laner eventually. And Ario will fall. Low health bars for DCG, though.
Well, they don't even have their strongest member in Renekton. How does this happen? DCG just group mid and outplay DFM without their Renekton, who just took a full tower.
Yeah, and now with that, Renekton being able to take that tower, now rotate down to the Rift Shield. As clean as can be, a very easy Rift Shield take. And it is now DCG, honestly, becoming comfortably ahead in terms of gold. Udapon, he is that veteran. He really has to step it up now.
Yeah, how on earth have DCG found themselves ahead gold? They were behind all early game. They just lost a fight. 4 people to 2. And they just group mid like nothing happened, kill a bunch of the enemies and take an objective.
Yeah, and it's 2 towers to 2. One of them, of course, the inner, but it's just only top. Only top has been taken.
Yeah.
Whereas the side of DFM, they've managed to take down that mid tower, which can be very, very important. Because while DCG are ahead in gold, they are not really that likely to be ahead in terms of that map control because of how much having an open mid lane does matter for getting wards down. Now, looking at the total gold, though, it is the Croc. It is Taco, that massive Croc.
Yeah, they have just under a 2k gold lead, and it's almost 2k gold lead, the lead for Taco. Over Arya even, the most fed member of the side of DFM. Gonna be the tank Azir now, so he's got, I guess, a Warden's Mail cooking.
Yeah,
or Frozen Heart? Is it Frozen Heart you go on this build? I think it's Frozen Heart.
Yeah, it is. Well, I kind of hate it.
I like it. They're full AD.
Yeah, but they're not really.
Yeah, Ezreal will do a little bit of magic
and so
damage.
Will Sedge. I mean, Sedge is still doing a lot. And you've got a Black Cleaver already coming through here for Taco. I think you lose a lot of value of this Azir with this build. He also probably hasn't used the Grasp of the Undying all that much, considering he's laned against an Ezreal. You probably would have preferred to have fleet footwork to be able to sidestep some of the skill shots coming through from Cascada, but...
Yeah, I saw him proc it at least twice. I don't know if we can check his grass stacks in-game.
You can on GOL after it's live, you know? This will be matched by a Sandcastle. They do get that mid tower now, do DCG, so they are up 1 in terms of the towers. Looks like DFM going aggressive, but won't be able to connect with that Q3 coming through from Cassante. They will connect, however, the side of DCG with that Glacial Prison. Taco goes aggressive, but Taco's caught out. He does have that Sterix Gauge, and the Sterix Gauge is going to keep him up and available. A nice cleanse. Snare coming through, however, for Feng, but it's going to be answered back. It's a fantastic Emperor's Divide. Everything going perfectly well for DFM as they connect on that route, and Feng going to have to flash away. Going to be matched, though, and Taco's here. He gets that Color of the Meek. He's going to get so much damage and steal. Over-aggressing. Taco living. The Triumph procs, and this Croc will survive.
And Feng again with excellent usage of his summoner spells. Cascada not in any danger here.
Oh, the route not going to be there for Arya.
Yeah, DCG somehow get an extra kill out of this fight. Ray Farkey not buffering the Sejuani ulti with his W here, as I don't think he was even the target initially.
Yeah.
And honestly, it feels like they just forgot Renekton has Sterak's with how early Steel commits his ult onto this Renekton. Arya does a good job to clean up this kill. Normally engaging on a Sejuani feels bad as Azir, but he is just so tanky at this point. And Steel over chases onto Feng, who has both sums but holds onto them. A lot of ADCs just flash the stun there from Steel, but yeah, well played by Feng to bait that, and Taco gets away on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, DCG looking at this dragon now. Another fight on the horizons, and what would it be if not for more and more fighting? Taco on a flank. He's going to be found out. It's going to be hard for him to get in, but he does have the flash. Dominus now popped. Harp getting very low. 6-5, just going forward as at will, but Taco flashes. All out comes through. Sterix Gauge not available. There it does. It comes up just in time, but he's shot down. Steel. Now he's going to be the Croc. Now he's going to be so strong. Heartbreaker. Cascada flashes away. It's an immense team fight, but it's DFM coming up trumps. They get the wipe. Only Feng survives. They're going to get this dragon at Soul Point and possibly the Baron near after.
I didn't see the setup for this fight, but I think DCG just thought they had the tempo to kill this dragon before DFM show up in time. And not the case. DFM able to get there and just completely shut them down. It looked like Taco was going to go down before his Sterak's came up. did come up in time, but just not enough. 665 engages onto Harp initially, cannot follow up, and I mean, Taco commits this flash onto Steel without anyone to follow him up. Nice Asher onto Orca, actually, who just doesn't get to do a thing in this fight. Arya, as this tank is here, still has his flash, by the way, so has to be respected.
Yeah, just well played at Taco. I mean, ultimately, the whole side of DCG, I think, just pulling the trigger. They found the engage entirely onto a tank.
Yeah.
So Taco, I mean, he has to find a better angle than that. He got scouted out. DCG needing to turn around, but DFM, fantastic punish, and Udapon playing a damn near flawless game so far here on the Ash. So much experience.
Yeah, this game's going to get really difficult for DCG now. Any gold picked up by DFM is just so efficient when they can start getting these armor items, making the Jhin especially completely irrelevant. The Renekton's going to start building tank items now too.
Now, Steel, though, 5-1. The resets coming through for the Viego can just disrupt and cause a team fight to blow up in the face of DCG. Taco getting looked at. He will have the slice and dice, so going to be completely fine to get over this wall as soon as he sees Steel. In fact, he's actually turning it around and doing a bit of damage, but certainly losing out on that trade.
Yeah, Steel is so strong, matching the two items of this Renekton.
Yeah, he is finally getting his chance to be on one of these carry champs. It's kind of roles reversed here as 6-5 on the tanks. They're looking for this top lane tower, but DCG aren't so sure they're willing to give it over. Half health on this Renekton, though. Very scary engagement to look for.
Yeah, this Renekton has so much of your gold. You have to get value out of him in these fights. You saw in that last fight what happens when you can't get any value out of Taco's Renekton.
Cascada is spiking now, though. He does have those two items online. This is the point of the game where Israel often feels like he is just the strongest champ on the map, and if he's able to land skill shots like his teammate Feng was in the prior 3 games, you have to feel confident for them, but this is a second tower likely to be taken out. DCG struggling to find their way in, but they find a way onto Steel, and there comes the Emperor's Divide to keep that jungler alive, but I don't know how that's landed. 6-5 is an absolute wizard, getting that Sejuani ult to land perfectly. Now Arya's turned back 1 kill, but it's the DCG with a second as well. Now Feng being looked at. This all-out Cassante is doing everything you'd ever dream of and more. Cascada stayed alive. It's 2v2. It's a bit in jungle versus the top, and it's Ray Farkey with the triple kill on the Cassante. He will not be stopped.
Yeah, we said this Cassante would look scary. Ray Farkey's looked good on this champ so far in the series and takes over that team fight after a pretty scary engage comes out from DCG.
I don't know how they did that.
Initially, the engage is straight onto Seal, who you do need to kill the Viego first. Otherwise, these resets just wreak havoc. But Arya, honestly, on this Azir is just so tanky as well. Watch how quickly Orca just gets one-tapped here by the Azir soldiers. Arya just tanking up this Cassante forever. What a great peel from Ray Farkey. Once he gets a chance to go on this Jhin, though, he really comes alive. And yeah, they don't need all their members. They just need to do enough damage that this Cassante, who's built full armor, can take over these fights.
And take over that fight he did. Damage charts, those mid laners truly performing, but it was the difference in that top lane. Ray Farkey falling behind in the early stage of this game. Now in that fight, you're seeing why people pick the Cassante. Yes, I fell behind, but I get into this team fight. I find everything you'd ever want to as a top lane tank and doing more, obviously. This Cassante does so much damage. Now Steel getting looked at again. It's 6-5, who is going to go aggressive onto him, but able to get away. That's a swirling Despair onto 6-5. Not going to matter all that much.
Yeah, doing almost no damage with those spells is
Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul, 40 seconds. It's DFM who have complete control over this jungle.
It's going to be fine. Has the Warmonks to heal him up on this Rakan, does Orca.
This next team fight could just decide the rest of this game and could put DFM with momentum going into a potential game number 5. But that is an enchanted crystal arrow that has gone wide.
Yeah,
it's a big, big ultimate to be missing.
Yeah, and a much better ulti from Cascada comes out and takes about 20% off 3 members of DFM.
65 finds his way on a Unipon. That's Clint's taken out. The snare comes through. It's onto Aria. Both members you'd exactly want to be CC'd are CC'd. And 65's going to headshot Unipon. Aria dashing away from the fight. He realizes this might be dead. But DFM, it's Ray Farkey on those 2 backliners. And the peel's coming through. DCG, they're trying to keep this 80 carry alive. Trying to take out the Cassandre. And they do just that. Now it is a 4v3. It is DCG low on HP. 665, he's not going to get that Warmog's healing. He's getting hit by this dragon. Orca's going to need to tank it up if he wants his jungler to get health back. And he will do just that. Now Harp and Steel, they're in the area. They're looking for something. The Whirling Despair does land again onto Taco. Not all that impressive. And it's going to be this dragon taken by DCG. It's their first, but importantly, they stop the soul.
Yeah, Taco loses his Sterix right at the end there, but impossible for Steel to get in to try and steal the dragon because of how much CC is on the side of DCG. An incredible engage from 665 and a really accurate Jin 4th shot onto Udapon does get them the dragon, though, as you're never expecting the way to carry the damage.
Look at Cassandre, though.
Yeah, monstrous.
Ray Farkey just... Yeah, I mean, this guy is performing right now for you on the Cassandre. If anyone else was there to do any damage whatsoever, that was probably a complete wipe in favor of DFM, but unfortunately, DCG were keeping everyone occupied and were able to get back to Feng, keep that 80 carry alive, and get the dragon as their reward.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully get a replay of that fight because it was a sick fight, but I think that Arya just kind of called the fight a little too early because Udapon went down. As soon as Udapon went down, Arya just got out of there, but his team clearly had a lot of fight left in them. Even Steel, in the middle of 3 people, was tanking for quite a long time before this Azir to hit.
Now, through comes this Azir tower. It is going to force them to have complete prio over the mid-wave.
No cleanse, no flash.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Arya sends it. He does miss on that Emperor's Divide. He's going to get stunned up. Actually, it might just be Ray Farkey paying for his mid laner's sins. Although DCG are getting so low. DFM are finding the damage. The curtain call, though. It will hit Arya. Can he find one more? Steel sitting there, just blocking it up as Cascada baits going forward. Wait for the Warmog's healing, though. It's still Feng full HP. We've seen Udapon in positions like this just take over and carry an entire game. But it is DFM that aren't going to allow it. And now Ping's coming down onto this Baron, but the TP coming through. Cascada, for the first time in his career, taking teleport as one of these 80 carries in the mid lane, as they do all hit up there. There's the recalls coming through for the side of DFM. Arya has to get back. He has no teleport. Cascada's Q will miss. They're blocking everything. The shield even coming through from movement there from this Cassandre is going to keep that recall going. But he does cancel it. And now we're even looking for another cancel, and they managed to find it.
TP, they just hit the Baron right away. How will DFM respond to this?
Yeah, Steel's there. Ray Farkey is there as well. He has all outs available to himself on this Cassandre, but it's so hard to walk into the pit. They've got Feng, they've got Cascada just doing bit by bit, little bits of damage and turn the fight. They know Arya's not there, but it doesn't matter. DFM, they're playing it so well. Ray Farkey's going to go down, but it's traded. The reset comes through, and Steel is going to get another one. That's 2 resets. The double kill for Steel. Oh no! It's going to be the Arcane Shift failing for Cascada. That leads to DFM winning that team fight, and it should be a surefire Baron. Although Feng and Orca are there to try and deal to it if they want to.
Yeah, the 4v5 just winning for DFM. It takes so long to take down Ray Farkey. Not usually a champ you want to run headfirst into the enemy team with, but he is just so tanky that that is enough for his Ashe to unload a bunch of damage and win them the fight. Steel with the resets. Picks up the Baron now.
Up 4k in gold.
Yes,
DFM.
Second Baron. Watch how much damage this Jhin is doing to Ray Farkey. Spoiler, not a lot. Once the Ezreal gets on him, he starts going down a little faster, but he just baits so many members onto him on this Cassandre. Taco, massive Sterak's shield, eventually goes down, and Steel is able to chase up this kill on Cascada, who manages to take out Harp impressively.
Oh yeah, he didn't fail his jump. He was actually just
going for a kill.
W-keying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, my bad. I didn't even notice that in the moment.
Now DFM should have this game in the bag.
They have 3 Barons.
Yeah.
But
off their second Baron of the game.
Taco almost has flash. That could be an angle. Walker actually getting hit over that wall, gets fed up and gets looked at here by Steel, but it will have that battle dance to get himself back to his jungler, back to safety. As a sandcastle even used mid, but that is gone right away.
Yeah, just keeping them distracted mid while Ray Farkey gets the spot wave in. They're split. They're split on the side of DFM.
Split. Aria, oh, nice dodge away there, but here comes the curtain call, and we're still going. Aria has nowhere to go. That's the Emperor's Divide, but the flash forward from Taco. Permafrost there. Snare is there. Aria's going to be taken out. That's a teleport from Ray Farkey. Down he goes, and now Harp's charmed up. How has Orca done this? How has Taco done this? It's a double kill for the side of DCG. Taco going aggressive. Ray Farkey now, he's in the middle of five. Finds a fantastic ult, but it's on to Orca, who will be completely fine at getting out of here. And it's going to be DFM. They're turning their attention down to the bot side. Recalls should come through for the side of DCG, but this team fight win completely negated for the time being.
Yeah, and it's going to be another dragon picked up for DCG. This is something we've seen way too often in this series from DFM, just chain inting. That is not the kind of engage where you want to take that fight. DCG are making a mistake by engaging that deep onto an Azir while you're already on their bot tier 2. That should just be an inhib going to the side of DFM, and then quick Baron recalls to defend mid and potentially this dragon. Instead, they TP Ray Farkey in, losing that summoner and losing another couple members.
For the time being, though, I mean, it's been time and time again. DCG, they've only been able to find these team fight wins on the back of Taco having Flash to follow up.
Yeah.
He does not have Flash now. It's going to be another 4-ish minutes until that's back. So DFM, they should be still comfortable. Yes, they didn't get the Soul. They're still on Soul Point. And DCG is still only on 2. They are still very much in the lead, but we need to see a little bit cleaner execution coming through from them.
Yeah, it feels like they get the Baron and immediately start losing engage on the
talking
steal.
about cleaner, steal's getting looked at. That's a hard steal. And somehow, I don't know how, Thing actually finds the snare. As Unipon's looked at, he has cleanse, he has flash. He's able to use it. Orca, though, finds the grand entrance. But look at the damage coming through from Harp. Cascada having to run for his damn life. There's so much damage coming forward. Taco with Dominus able to get on out of there, though, and no one going down just yet. But still, they get the cleanse. They get the heal, do DCG. It is going to be a win, but they're missing so many ults. Here comes the curtain call, though. Harp has to dip, has to dive. That's the flash. Steel getting hit by one of them. And the curtain call, that's even going to go down.
Yeah, and it feels like any fight where DFM actually have this Cassante with them is borderline unwinnable for DCG. He can just stand in front of his teammates with impunity and take 0 damage from the Ezreal and the Jhin. Do have the LDR and the Serildus finished on these champions now, but it doesn't seem like Ray Farkey's really feeling it. Has his Jack Show finished now.
Yeah. Not much damage being dealt to Ray Farkey. On the other side, though, enough damage being dealt to everyone else. There's 2 armor items, 3 if you include the boots for Arya, and he is still being taken out very quickly once the side of DCG get onto him. I like the Abyssal Mask coming through here from 665. It means Cascada's going to be doing more damage. It means he is going to be more damage. Even the Renekton ult, you know, all of these things that are doing magic damage are going to be doing essentially true damage.
Yeah, unmitigated.
Because the only magic resist on the entire side of the DFM battlefield is the Jack Show, which is not that much.
Yep. And Harp, now without Flash, has to play a little careful. In the mid lane, it feels kind of way too difficult for DFM to close this game out that I think should have been a pretty clean close for them. DCG making it very difficult. Somehow Feng has caught up in this game and might even be ahead on gold.
Yeah, very close are those 2 AD carries. But importantly, there is no Infinity Edge yet available for this Jhin. It is kind of the break point for when Jhin becomes a real late game threat, and he still does not have access to it. Now Orca's trying to find some play here as All Out could come through, but he's not going to pull the trigger. Now 665 getting low. He'll have Warmogs if he can get back in, but Orca's found 4. He's found 5. That's everyone found by Orca and his grand entrance, but Ray Farkey's going to be able to flash forward and cancel out that curtain call. It's still Cascada on the back end. It's DCG that are winning this fight. It's Feng who's staying alive. It's Ray Farkey that trades 1 kill, maybe even a second. Ray Farkey, you're doing magicianal things, but not able to get the kill. Unipon, kiting, Cascada, aggressive. This guy knows when to pull the trigger, and it was exactly then as DCG with 3 will march down mid lane and try to claim the series.
Yeah, I think they might just be able to end the game with these 3 members. Who's next up? It's Harp in 20 seconds. I think they have time to close the series out here.
Udapon having the team fight of a career, but still not being able to get it done. It was Steel. Steel with so much gold, not able to do anything. Ray Farkey distracting two people for so
I think it's just over. It's
long.
over.
He did manage to trade one kill, but DCG, they're just too good. And the PCS second seed will move forward in our winners bracket.
Yeah, only dropping one game with an unconventional Rumble mid pick, otherwise just looking like by far the better team in this series. That has to be a heartbreaking loss at the end there for the side of DFM, who just had everything they needed to win that game.
Yeah.
But could not get it across the line. We'll go down to the lower bracket now. DCG leveling up, it feels like.
Definitely. And I think in terms of gameplay, Game 1, they played pretty poorly. I actually liked the draft. Game 1, though, their gameplay was pretty poor. Game 4, almost feel like the opposite. I think they had a pretty bad draft.
Unplayable draft.
Yeah, like how are you supposed to navigate that draft? I'm not sure, but their gameplay was crisp, right?
Yeah.
There was some times you're like, damn, what are you guys doing? And honestly, DFM played very well themselves, but it just came down to that one late game team fight where it was DCG who ultimately found it. And that's what sort of happens. You know, you get to 35 minutes into a game, it becomes all of a sudden, yeah, we're ahead. We should be winning this game, but we lose one team fight, we lose the game off it. And heartbreak for DFM. But I think with a performance like that, you can be pretty confident they're going to be able to win against nearly everyone here in this second stage of playoffs.
Yeah, whoever they're facing in the losers bracket has their work cut out for them in DFM. I think a standout in this series was just how much better Feng looked than Udapon. I would not have expected that going into the series. Udapon historically has been a very good ADC.
World class.
Yeah, Feng by getting the edge over him massively in this series. With Udapon playing what is the strongest ADC in the game right now, in the Ashe. Drawing more bans than any other ADC that actually goes bot lane.
One thing I'm really happy for, though, is DFM showing they're willing to not just stick to the meta. We saw the Azir out of them. We've seen
very good.
The Seraphine and now the Hui. It looks good. I think teams look so much better when you don't just pick what Gen G are playing. You go in, you pick what you guys are actually very, very good at, and you play to those strengths. And I think in this game, more so than the rest of the series, we really saw that. Even in game 1, right? They found the win there. The Seraphine bot lane, unconventional in terms of how the current meta looked fantastic. This game, the Hui and the Ashe destroyed bot lane. And if maybe something went a little different, like if somehow Ray Farkey was able to not let Taco get so much gold, some of those mid-game team fights probably look a lot different because Taco was only surviving on like 1 HP. He had a shutdown,
legit one.
Staying on the map, able to clear out some waves, you know, bot lane or top lane. The entire game changes if Taco goes down in those fights. So I think they were that close. They were on the absolute precipice of taking us to a game 5, but unfortunately weren't able to.
Yeah, and I do wonder about the Hui bot lane. It did have a great time down there, but could the Seraphine have achieved similar results and just been much more useful later in the game?
I'm not sure. A lot of those fights, I feel like we were going to see the damage.
One of those fights, he actually did more damage than anyone but Ray Farkey.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him near on, if not topping the damage that game, because he was just, every fight was just a clumped mess, and Hui loves those fights, right? That's where we always see Hui just doing ridiculous damage. I'm very interested to see these damage graphs, because I expect Feng probably did near on 0.
Yeah.
But I think this was like Cascada doing a lot. I actually think 665 might have done a surprising amount of damage in this game.
Just getting to free hit on Sejuani.
Yeah, but like with the Abyssal Mask, and he's just doing true damage because no one has any magic resist, but...
Yeah. And here is, I mean, this is just the first thing DFM need to fix. This is unacceptable when you've got Ashe hitting a tier 2 with a Cassante at this point in the game, and you leave the tier 2. You're Baron buffed, by the way. What are you afraid of DCG doing after they get this one pick on your Azir in the mid lane? You can just even recall 1 or 2 members to defend your mid lane, and they probably don't even get a tier 2 off this. But they rotate everyone, just chain feed, and do end up getting the tier 2. This is the final fight of the game, and what happens to Arya in this fight?
Orca is just so damn good. He finds all 5 with that Rakan ult.
Meanwhile, Arya does find a nice ulti, but he just walked into melee range of Taco. Taco used no spells, just activated W and right-clicked on the Azir. It is a tank Azir, but you have to play a little more respectfully than that. I think Udapon, honestly, playing his heart out
in
this fight. But what can you do? Cascada waits
I cannot
he actually
believe
he actually ease on top of Orca while the Rakan Q is going. So he gets a heal and the Guardian Shield.
Damage. Cascada.
Yeah.
Okay. Udapon doing a lot. Kind of hard to notice Ashe damage a lot of the time, right? Because you're never doing a massive chunk to anyone's health, but you are just hitting so often.
Yeah.
But Udapon playing well. I think Ray Farkey, to me, was the MVP for DFM because obviously he was on the giga weak side of the map, and coming into team fights and doing as well
became the
as
win
he
condition.
did was insane. He was just finding so much play in those team fights.
Yeah, he managed to become more of a win condition than Taco on this Renekton, despite just getting destroyed all game.
I guess till that last fight. I didn't really see Taco in that last fight, but he just took out 2 people by himself.
He just right-clicked on Arya in the middle of that fight and stunned him.
Still, most damage taken per death. I think that's because 665 died a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Feng did actually manage to outdamage his Sejuani this game. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to on the Jhin, but that always feels good. And yeah, Orca, MVP. I don't hate that at all.
Yeah, his team fighting.
Taco.
His team fighting.
Well, I mean, for that last fight even.
Yeah. I mean, he had multiple fights like that. Just multiple fights he found a fantastic engage on.
Yeah, and a few of those fights, it was actually Udapon stunning this Rakan as he ults that stopped Orca from having massive impact. So he's also just absorbing those Ashe ults a lot of these fights.
And this was just that last fight again?
Yeah, and it's just straight up an engage onto the Cassante. I thought the game was over for DCG when Ezreal eased forward onto a Cassante here, but...
I'm surprised Ray Farkey didn't just use his all out there.
Yeah, Arya is getting zoned by the Renekton in the back there.
The 2-man onto probably the most impactful team fighting champs.
Yeah, Udapon with his flash can probably do a lot more in this fight. Nice flash from Feng. Gets so much value out of his summoners in all these fights. As Ray Farkey's still no easy man to take down here. He actually kills one and looks like he's gonna maybe kill Feng too, but not quite. Both ADCs fighting for their lives.
I mean, insane play by Udapon. I think Cascada might have, more so than himself, kept Orca alive.
Yeah.
With that E into the heel.
Yeah, on a knife's edge, if another member of DCG goes down there, the game's maybe not over.
Yeah, I don't think one person has the damage. And honestly, it was like one singular auto attack away from Udapon actually taking both of them out, getting the recall off, and probably just defending and actually having DFM in a favorable position because he's an Ashe against the Jhin. You'd take the Ashe in that scenario. But on a knife's edge, that game 4 was exactly what I've been waiting for the second phase of this playoffs for, because that to me is just a taste of what's to come. Because like looking at tomorrow, Frank versus CFO, this is a team that have been so tightly knit the entire time, but tightly knit was that game number 4. We're going to have a little voice comm thing and then interview afterwards. Please do enjoy.
看一下，
我看哦，我抬到2个哦。
哦，我先走，我先拉。
不客气。
上，他中了，还没一了。
帮，打个。可以播。
我最前面，我不会怎样，可以杀。
我会帮你。
帮一下 AD。
快，可以播。
这么肉啊！
哎，我操，半下，我操！哦，
一波了吧？哎，最后1分钟。
哎，去
！30秒，没有专心，
这个就一定去，
专心操作。
我帮我。
给瑞空回血，给他扛那个双塔，给瑞空耗在回血。
我会扛。
先扛右边，
好，先打右边了。
18秒，狙了。好，狙了。祝福 PCS 观众发大财，这都中奖，发票中奖，别急啊，665，各个帅哥美女，好像是我太急了啊，对，是你太急。
Welcome to the post-game interview. Here we are with DCG's mid laner Cascada for the post-game interview. Let's have DCG say hello to everyone first.
本日 DCG のクリスカタ選手をインタビューさせていただきます。まず挨拶の方をお願いいたします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 DCG 的中路选手 Cascada， 请 Cascada 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 中路水精灵。
So first off, congratulations for your win. This is actually your first PCS Summer Playoffs win today, and you guys win it. And you guys faced some challenges today, but you were able to win it off. How would you rate your performance today?
今日は DCG のプレーオフ初戦でした。危ない場面もありましたが、無事に勝つことができました。今日のパフォーマンスをどう評価しますか？
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。这其实是你们在 PCS 夏季赛季后赛的第一场比赛。然后虽然面临了一些挑战，但最后还是赢下来了。你怎么评价你今天的发挥呢？
我觉得就正常打吧，但是第一把有一些小失误。
ゲーム1の時ちょっとミスが多かったんですけれども、普通にいいパフォーマンスだったと思います。
I think we just played normally today, although in the first game we did make a few mistakes. So let's talk about your aggressive play style, your team's aggressive play style. You guys actually kept it today, even though when you're behind or even though when you're ahead, you guys still kept fighting, right? So after the first game's lost, your coach, Hana, looks a little bit stern on his face. I want to ask you if he actually said anything to you guys after you guys lost the first game.
今日もいつも通りアグレッシブなプレイスタイルを見せてくれました。リードやビハインドにもかかわらず、とにかく集団戦を求めました。ゲームは負けた後、コーチから何かアドバイスをもらいましたか？
其实你们今天这个系列赛也保持了你们非常激进的打法。那其实不管你们是在落后或者在领先的状态，都打得非常激进，一直在打。今天在第一场输了之后，好像你们教练哈娜的表情比较严肃一点。我想知道他们在你们第一场输了之后，哈娜的教练们给你们什么样的建议？
多吃一点食物，多喝水。
そうですね。コーチからはちゃんとご飯を食べなさいともっと水を飲みなさいって言われました。
So he told us to drink more water and eat some more food. So let's talk about Aurora, this new champion. So this champion actually still has a 100% ban pick rate right now in the PCS playoffs. And you seem to have prepared a lot to play against this champion today, your Rumble and your Vex. I want to ask you to rate this champion in this patch, Aurora, and also why do you pick these two champions to play against it?
新しいチャンピオンオーロラのバンピックレートは未だに 100%。今日オーロラと対抗するためベックスやランブルのピックを見せてくれました。このピックについては詳しく教えてください。そして今のパッチでオーロラはどのくらい強いと思いますか？
我想跟你聊一下新英雄欧罗拉，他现在在 PCS 季后赛还有着100%的这个 BP 率。然后今天你们看起来也准备了很多牌来对付他，像是你的蓝宝或者是你的维克斯。我想知道你怎么评价欧罗拉这支英雄在这个版本的使用，以及你怎么会选这2支英雄来对付他呢？
我觉得欧罗拉这支角色在打线也很强，然后打团也很强，我也很想玩。
オーロラの、集団戦はもちろんとても強いんですけれども、あとは普通にレーニングもすごく強力なチャンピオンです。あとは自分がプレイしたかったです。
So I think Aurora is very good in lane and also in team fight. So I also really want to play this champion too. So DCG just started your playoffs games. Actually, you haven't played at Worlds yet. So your fans actually really want you guys to play on the more advanced stage and the international stage. I want to ask you if you have anything you want to say to your fans.
DCG はまだワールズ出場したことがございません。ファンからの期待ももちろん高く、もっとレベル高い舞台で DCG の活躍を見たいという声がたくさんあります。ファンたちへ何か伝えたいことがありますか？
DCG 现在季后赛的旅程才刚开始，那你们也没有在世界赛上打过比赛，你们很多粉丝其实都非常期待你们可以在更大更广的舞台表现你们，挑战一下。你们有什么话想要对粉丝说的？
我想对粉丝说，谢谢支持，新年快乐。
いつもありがとうございます。そして明けましておめでとうございます。
So I want to tell everyone, thank you for your support and Happy New Year. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。我们把镜头转回主播台。
谢谢，拜拜，拜拜。
Thank you once again for the interview, Paddy and Chris Carter. And Chris Carter, always an absolute fan of why say many words when few words do trick.
Yeah, not very verbose.
Yeah.
Is he?
He just gets his point straight out there.
Yeah, understandable. He's not explaining to us exactly his draft approach around the Aurora.
Yeah,
probably
imagine
the
that.
most important thing.
Oh, why do you pick Vex into Aurora? Well, do you have time? As we do see, obviously, will come up on our screen here. It was DCG this time getting the best of DFM one game quicker than they were able to in the last time these two teams went up against each other. And of course, it's not all done for DFM. They will now move on to that lower bracket to face the winner of whoever loses out of tomorrow's game, which is, of course, CFO and Frank.
Yeah, and that locks DCG in to be against PSG, or do they get to choose their opponent?
PSG get to choose. So I'm going to go out on a whim and say they're against SoftBank. I don't think PSG are choosing DCG.
They would choose one of these two, right? Whoever wins this.
PSG gets to choose between the winner of this game tonight and the winner of tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
And I would say PSG are not going to be choosing DCG, so DCG should be going up against SoftBank.
Oh, right. I getcha. So they're probably going to be choosing one of these guys, whoever wins.
Yeah, the winner of this.
Unless we see CFO just miraculously return to form.
Or Frank, admittedly.
Yeah,
if Frank come in like they were at the start of spring, at the start of the split, then everything could be a bit different. But I think not even so much because of the strength of the teams.
Predictability.
It's just so much harder to play a draft against DCG. To have any solid plan that you're certain will work against DCG, it feels a lot more difficult because at this stage, you can come in pretty sure what you're going to see out of CFO, pretty sure what you're going to see out of Frank. But DCG, I mean, we saw the Rumble mid, we saw the Vex mid. That's probably stuff you haven't prepared for, and DCG have.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, it's probably going to be a lot harder to actually play against DCG than it is the other two teams.
Yeah, and a willingness to just not worry that much about AP champs. Maybe DFM's approach with these drafts, that we did criticize their first rotation, maybe they thought they would force 665 onto a Lilia, onto a Karthus, and he would hard force, because you would think with a role-swapped ADC to mid lane, you want to force an ADC mid every game, so they thought maybe they could get him on a less priority AP jungler, but happy to play standard lanes.
Yeah, well, I mean, he honestly, his best game so far ever was his Ahri up against Ground Zero last split. So, once again, I'm going to have to do a shout out to our ads because, well, our sponsors, I suppose, because without them, none of this would be possible. So, first of all, of course, it is Changhua Telecom. If you do sign up with them in the next few months, you will get 12 months free of Hammy Video with all the entertainment you could possibly want. And, of course, the Taiwan Grand Sheraton Taipei Hotel, whoops, that's my bad. 688 rooms, a buffet, Michelin-starred guest house, spa, pool, sauna, just everything, really. I know all the teams were scrimming in their rooms. It's just fantastic place to stay. So if you do go to Taipei, definitely do check them out. China Airlines, who without them, none of our teams would have been able to get over to Taipei. We wouldn't have been able to have such a fantastic series tonight between DFM and DCG. And last but not least, of course, it is TTL Brand Noodles, who without them and their continual support of the PCS, none of this would be possible. So thank you very, very much to them, and do check them out if you see any of their products in store. Now, tomorrow's game, CFOs versus Frank. It's something we've seen possibly more than any other matchup. It's something that, honestly, almost always goes CFO's favor. They pretty much always win this matchup. You can be pretty sure going in that they are the favorites, but hopefully Frank can continue on like they did against Ground Zero last week. If they are on that form, if Jiang's looking that strong, there certainly is play because he has at times gotten the better of Driver. We've seen Gory fumble a bit, and honestly, you expect Jimmy and All Pretender to sort of clean it up. They've had more time to practice, more games to play than CFO have. So tomorrow should be exciting. Who are you predicting?
Frank.
Frank?
Yeah, I'll explain more tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. If you do want Lowe's explanation, you're going to want to be here tomorrow because, again, it is one of the most exciting matchups we have at this stage. Frank versus CFO. It always delivers. Thank you so, so much for being here tonight. I've enjoyed the show. Lowe's enjoyed the show. We hope you have too, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so alive. One last time. Before we put this time behind, let's go again.